the energies of life in the form of temperature, light, air, and food, and so on, are streaming through you all at this moment in the most magnificently harmonious way. And you're, all of you, far more beautiful than any candle flame. Just sitting in these chairs, just going, you know? Only we're so used to it. We say about that, so what? Show me something interesting. Show me something new. Because it's a characteristic of consciousness that it ignores stimuli that are constant. When anything is constant, it says, okay, that's safe, it's in the bag, you needn't pay attention to that anymore. And therefore we eliminate systematically from our awareness all the gorgeous things that are going on all the time, and instead only become focused on the things, the troublesome things that might happen to upset it. Which is all right, but we make too much of it. And we make so much of it that we identify our very selves, I, ego, with the radar, with the troubleshooter. And that's only a tiny fragment of one's total being. So that if you do become aware that you are not simply that scanning mechanism, but you are your complete organism, then very swiftly, in turn, as a consequence of that, you become aware that your organism is not the way you think about it when you look at it from the standpoint of conscious attention, from the standpoint of the ego. From the standpoint of the ego, your organism is your kind of vehicle, your automobile in which you go around. But from a physical point of view, your organism is again like the candle flame or the whirlpool. It is something which is a continuous patterning or activity of the whole cosmos. The key idea here is pattern. Let's suppose I'm going to borrow a metaphor from Buckminster Fuller. Suppose we have a rope, and one section of this rope is made of manila hemp. The next section is cotton. The next section is silk. The next section is nylon, and so on. Now we tie a knot in this rope. Just an ordinary 1/over knot. You find by putting your finger in the knot, you can move it all the way down the rope. Now, as this knot travels, it's first of all made of manila hemp, it's then made of cotton, it's then made of silk, it's then made of nylon, and so on. But the knot keeps going on. That's the integrity of pattern, the continuing pattern, which is what you are. Because you might, you know, for several years you might be a vegetarian, and you might be a meat eater, and so on, and you know, your constitution changes all the time, but people, your friends still recognize you, because you're still putting on the same show. It's the same pattern. That is the recognizable individual. But we are trained in our language. The very structure of the language we talk deceives us into misunderstanding this. Because when we see a pattern, we ask, what's it made of? Like you see a table. Is it made of wood or is it made of aluminum? But then when you inquire into what is wood and how does wood differ from aluminum, the only thing a scientist can tell you is the different patterns, that is to say, the different molecular structure of the two things. And a molecular structure is not a description of what something is made of, it is a description of what dance it is performing, what motions, what kind of a symphony this is. Because basically, all phenomena of life are musical, and gold differs from lead in exactly the same way that a waltz differs from a mazurka. It's a different dance. And there isn't anything that's dancing. That is a deception we get into because we have two parts of speech in our grammar. We have nouns and verbs. And verbs are supposed to describe the activities of nouns. And this is simply a convention of speech. You could have a language with only verbs in it. You don't need any nouns, or you could also have a language with the nouns only and no verbs. And it would perfectly adequately describe what's going on in the world. So if you were used to speaking with a language that had one part of speech, you could say just as much as we can, with two, and be a lot clearer. Only at first it would sound awkward, but you'd soon get used to it. And then when you got used to it, it would be a matter of common sense that the patterning of the world is not some kind of stuff that's patterning. You don't have to seek for a substance underlying the whole thing, it's just patterning. And we're all that. And so in this way, there is, to a person who really wakes up, you very soon realize that your existence is not something that is just the hopeless little creature that's suddenly confronted with a great big external world that goes gah at him, and eats him up. Every tiniest little thing that comes into being, every minute little fruit fly or gnat or bacterium, I will go so far as to say is an event upon which this whole cosmos depends. This thing goes both ways. It's not only that every little organism which exists depends on its total environment. The reverse is also true, that the total environment depends on each and every one of those little organisms. So that you could say this universe consists of an arrangement of pattern in which every event is essential to the whole thing. Now, we screen that idea out of our consciousness in exactly the same way that we screen out the perception of space as an important reality. Just as we pay attention to the figure and ignore the background, so we see one way of looking at things, mainly that the organism is very frail against the environment. It lasts a long time, the environment, but the organism only lasts a short time. What do you mean the environment lasts a long time? What does the environment consist of? Just a lot of little things. And yet there is the environment just as the same way as there is the face in the newspaper photograph behind all those little dots. When you get far enough away from it, you see the face. When you get far enough away from all the organisms and the little bits of things, you see the environment in another scale of magnification. But actually, the whole thing is arranged in a polar system where the enormous depends on the tiny and the tiny depends on the enormous. And you get a relationship between these extremes, which can be called a transaction. That is to say, a transaction when there's buying and selling. It's impossible to have buying without selling and selling without buying. So you always, wherever you are looking at the general panorama of sensory experience, try switching. Try shifting your attention to all the things you thought were unimportant, to the constants, to the background, and begin looking at the spaces between people. All painters have to learn this, because especially if you're working in oils, you actually have to paint in the background. Weavers know this, because when they're making patterns in weaving, they've got to weave the background as well, or if you do needlepoint with embroidery. Think of the hours you spend putting in the background over the canvas and wool. You become aware of it, same way the people who made the great oriental carpets. They're much more aware of the background as constituting an essential part of the total experience. So, as you become aware of this, you'll see the same thing that you notice in music, namely that it is only as a result of hearing the interval between tones that you hear any melody. If you don't hear the interval, you're tone deaf, and all notes are the same noise. All you hear is rhythm. You don't hear any melody. You've got to hear the interval. So then watch the intervals between people. The things that aren't said. the things that are tacit, the things that are implicit rather than explicit in all life. And then you begin to get connected. You know, it's very important to have a connection in life. And to be in the know. And this is the way it fundamentally comes out. Of seeing the thing you forgot. You know, you can always bug people in a beautiful way, in a very helpful way, by just saying to them, what did you forget? Well, I don't know. What was I supposed to remember? Oh, I'm really not trying to put you on. I mean, it's not difficult. This is something completely obvious that you forgot. You'd easily remember it because it's so obvious. Well, that's the hardest thing in the world to think of. What's the most obvious thing I forgot? Oh, what's that? Well, who do you think you are? Well, how do you answer that question? Who are you? Well, you give a name. You say, I'm Joe Jokes, I'm Alan Watts. That's not true. That's what people told you. They put that name on you, and they taught you to identify with it and to behave as it was expected to behave. But that's not who you are. You know very well. Go back in your memory. Go back into your infancy before they started telling you all this stuff. Who are you? And if you get with that, you know very well who you are. The jolly old ancient of days. Only there's a conspiracy that you mustn't let on about that. Because everybody is. And if one person realizes it, the others are a little bit offended. And they say, well, how come you're so great? We worked it in Christianity by a very clever thing of allowing just one individual to be recognized as the God incarnate. And nobody else, therefore, could be. And since he had been safely crucified and whisked up to heaven, he wouldn't bother us anymore. So everybody, therefore, who gets an intimation of who they really are and ever comes out with it in Christian civilization, people say, who the hell do you think you are? You Jesus Christ? Well, you can say Jesus Christ said he was Jesus Christ and everybody put him down for it, and that's what you're doing to me. Oh, they say forget that one. Because it's like somebody comes out and composes some perfectly terrible music. And the critics say this man is a cacophonist. He is completely incompetent. And he said, did you read the reviews of Beethoven's First Symphony when it was performed at Vienna? Now the thing is, we allowed one person, you see, one human individual, to be the incarnate God. Because we have all been living in a theory of the universe in which the individual is simply involved in something that happens to him. And we feel that this thing that happens to us is reality. It is facts that we have to face and accept and cope with. See? It's always something other than you. You don't recognize it as an integral part of your own being, without which you cannot know what you mean by the word I. But in the truth of the matter is that if you will face it out, every single one of us knows that that isn't true. There is as it were, a recess of the soul, of the psyche, where everybody knows perfectly well that you are not just this irresponsible little mouse that's been chucked down into this world, but that you are really doing this work. You're running it. And you can't admit it just in the same way as you can't admit that you're responsible for the way your own say, oh, that's not my doing. I've no control over my heart. Do you have any control over being conscious? Do you know how you will? You say, I intend to take my hand down from my face and put it on my leg. I can do that, but I don't know how it's done. So that what we mean by the capacity of voluntary control, in the ordinary sense of the word, is we don't understand it at all. So you might say, in a funny backwards way, that the only kind of control you really understand is that where you're not using your will. Because you just do it so easy, like you open and close your hand. You know how to do it? Sure you know how to do it. Now put it into words. And explain to someone how to do it. Say, well, come on, aren't you human? Don't you know how to open and close your hand? Let's do it, silly. But we don't realize that just as we know how to do this, we know equally well how to turn the sun into light, how to blue the sky, how to blow the wind, how to waveless the ocean, how to digest food, and I might add, to be digested by bacteria and transformed. As we transform our steaks, we will in turn be transformed. But the pattern keeps going, and it's always you. Only you see you have this marvelous capacity to transform yourself without knowing that you're doing it. Therefore you keep surprising yourself. And therefore you keep on doing it. Because if you didn't surprise yourself, you wouldn't go on doing it. It's just the very fact, you see, that you seem to be the victims of a thing you don't understand, and that you seem to conclude your life every time in a wipeout called death, where all your control goes, is just exactly that opposite condition to what you call being alive that allows you to be alive. Only every time it happens, it's like it's new. Like every time you're born, it seems like it was the only time. But of course, if it wasn't like that, you wouldn't do it. When Hindus and Buddhists use the word karma, the basic meaning of it is action, from the Sanskrit root kri, to do. And therefore there is some error in the common translation of karma as a law of cause and effect, or of cosmic retribution. As a man sows, so also shall he reap. Has a Western flavor, which is a little causal. The way the Buddha put it was slightly different. This arises, that becomes. Because between this and that, there is a polar relationship. And the full explanation of karma in Buddhist philosophy is called pratitya samutpada, which means the interdependent origination of all the forms and phases of life. Pratitya samutpada. And there are 12 links, shall we say, in the chain of interdependent origination, constituting a circle. And the existence of the circle depends on the presence of every one of the links. From one point of view in Buddhism, the chain of interdependent origination is looked upon as a chain, that is to say, as a form of bondage. The constituents, as it were, of the vicious circle in which most people and beings are living, which they call samsara, S-A-M-S-A-R-A, samsara, the round of birth and death, the bhava chakra, the wheel of bhava which is becoming. And so going round and round and round in the endless game of hide and seek is from one point of view bondage. bondage to karma. And if you study the Bhagavad Gita, which is not a Buddhist book but Hindu scripture, Krishna, the spokesman of the Gita, explains that the wise man is one who does what is called nishkama karma, nishkama, N-I-S-H-K-A-M-A, meaning passionless activity, in the sense that he acts without seeking a result, without being motivated by the fruits of action, and therefore is not bound by his own action. You can be bound to samsara, the wheel of birth and death, by iron chains or gold chains. The chains are, I'm talking in more or less the language of popular Hinduism, that if you do bad deeds in this life, you will get bad result next time. If you do good deeds in this life, you may be reborn as an angel or as a monk, in which you'll get a better chance of liberation. But still, so long as you're looking for results, be they good or evil, you're still bound. Now, the way in which one becomes, as it were, free of karma involves another Buddhist point of view, which is a kind of a different way of looking at the chain of interdependent origination. It's the way which the Japanese call jijimuge. That is to say, the mutual interpenetration of all things and events. So that you could say that actually, in fact, the deepest level of reality, this entire cosmos is a completely harmonious and blissful manifestation of everything in a state of total enlightenment and mutual compassion. And therefore the task of the Buddhist or the Hindu discipline of meditation, the sadhana, the way of spiritual development, is to realize that, for everybody, to realize it effectively in his own life, and therefore cease from the illusion that the universe is a fragmented process of conflict. But first of all, we have to be clear about karma, that it is not to be understood in the Western sense of a law of cause and effect, or of a sort of retribution system, or a law. The word law is most unsuitable for concepts in Eastern, Indian and Chinese philosophy. The word dharma, D-H-A-R-M-A, sometimes meaning the Buddhist doctrine or a certain way of life. When you talk about a person's dharma, you mean their own function. We would translate svadharma as vocation. Sva is the same as the Latin suus, one's own. Dharma, function in this case, operation, way of life, style of life, profession, trade, role, means all those things. And the one thing that dharma really never means is law, although it's often translated that way. Because you see, you don't get the idea of law until you move to a culture where order is based on the idea of obedience. In the West, you see, the origins of law spring from where? The laws of the Medes and the Persians, the laws of Hammurabi, the laws of Moses, and later Roman law. The only healthy legal tradition we have in the West is British common law, which proceeds in an entirely different way from code law. Because you see, the difference between code law and common law is that code law is laid down by the wisdom of an all-powerful ruler who tells everybody how they must behave, and they must obey him. But common law is evolved by discussion of particular cases, rather than referring all the time to abstract principles which are put down in words. And the judge, the good judge, is a wise man, a man with a sense of equity and fair play. who arbitrates an issue which is debated upon, and from the precedent which he creates by his decision, common law evolves. You see, that's a more organic way of producing law. The code law system, which we inherit from our most ancient theological backgrounds, is a tyrannical method of law by imposition. And so you must understand that in both Hinduism and Buddhism, there is really no fundamental idea of obedience to a personal ruler. Certainly not in Buddhism. A little bit sometimes in Hinduism. And even then we get terribly mixed up because, for example, I was talking of the Bhagavad Gita. This is often translated the Lord's Song. Now for Bhagavan or Bhagavat in Sanskrit, Lord is an English equivalent, is quite inappropriate. Because a Lord is one who lords it over you. Bhagavan is a title of reverence and respect and love. The Song of the Beloved would be much better in a way, although it's not quite correct from a strict point of view. We don't really have an equivalent for this word, the Bhagavan. So, although you see there has been in India itself tyrannical rule, and although the Arthashastra, as a manual of politics, it gives directions to a tyrant as to how to govern by absolute power, going along with this exposition of this very Machiavellian point of view to government is the constant advice of the sage. Yes, this is what you have to do in order to fulfill your office as a ruler, but never forget that you'll never succeed. The more you try to rule things by force, the more you will stir up violence against you. And so you can never hold on to your power and your possessions. It will always flow away from you. So there was one of those great Rajas of ancient India who asked the jeweler to make him a ring that would restrain him in prosperity and support him in adversity. And the jeweler wrote on the ring, "It will pass." But when we come to the deep cosmological and metaphysical ideas, we don't have law in the Western sense, and therefore nature is not looked upon as something which is an orderly system because it is obeying a commandment. In the West, we inherit the idea of law from those ancient conceptions of God, and it is even passed down into science, where we discuss laws of nature. But one recognizes more and more in the sciences that what we call laws of nature are simply observed regularities in the way things behave. And you, in order to observe regularities, you must look at things through something regular. That is to say, you must lay a ruler alongside them, or compare their behavior with the regular behavior of a clock. But clocks and rulers are human inventions. They are regular measures which we use for comparing the rates of change. Say, a clock is a measure of a rate of change. It's quite arbitrary. But we very easily compare our regulation measuring devices with what makes things happen, as if the sun rises because it's 6 in the morning. Now that's being completely backwards in one's thinking. And we get into the same confusion when we imagine, for example, that money is wealth. Here we have fantastic wealth, and we have the technological possibility of making everybody on earth the enjoyer of an independent income. We can't do it because people say, where's the money going to come from? Because they think money makes prosperity. It's the other way around. It's physical prosperity which has money as a way of measuring it. But people think money has to come from somewhere, like hydroelectric power or lumber or iron, and it doesn't. Money is something we invent, like inches. So you remember the Great Depression? When there was a slump? And what did we have a slump of? Money. There was no less wealth, no less energy, no less raw materials than there were before, but it's like you came to work on building a house one day, and they said, sorry, you can't build this house today, no inches. What do you mean no inches? Just inches. We don't mean we got inches of lumber. Yes, we got inches of metal. We've even got tape measures. But there's a slump in inches as such, you see. And people are that crazy. They can have a depression because they've got no inches to go around, or no dollars. That's all a lot of nonsense. But you see, because we get thinking backwards, making the metaphysical tail wag the dog, making the law rule things, whereas it doesn't. It's merely a way of measuring what happens. And so you see, when you get into Buddhistic thought, you don't get that confusion. You're the other way around. So you're looking at a system where, to go back to the Buddha's words, this arises, that becomes, which is a way of saying you can't have this without that. You can't have here without there. You wouldn't know where here was unless you knew where there was. And they come into being together. You don't get first here and then there, or first there and then here. These arise interdependently. That's the meaning of interdependent origination. And to grasp the idea of interdependent origination is as important as the idea about seeing how things are related by space and intervals. And seeing, therefore, that you tend to look at life from a myopic point of view and see details, see the trees and not the forest, see yourself as something loosely related to everything else that's going on and not integral to it. You see the figure but ignore the background. But the figure and the background arise mutually. They are to each other as this is to that. And so we really have to rid our brains of the notion of causality. The notion of causality being that present sets of circumstances are the result of past sets of circumstances. And that therefore certain events which are called causes are responsible for following events called effects. And all this is an enormous piece of mumbo-jumbo. Because what is not seen and what is not clear in thinking that way is that in physical nature there are no separate events. This is startling to people. But it's really quite easy to see that there are no events in nature. Because you can ask very simply, let's take something called an event. How do we demark it from other events? At what point, shall we say, were you born? Were you born at parturition? Or when the doctor slapped you on the bottom? Or cut the umbilical cord? Or when you were conceived? Or when your father and mother were first attracted to each other? When was it? When did you begin? There's no way of deciding except arbitrarily. And for legal purposes, we say you were born at parturition. And that's when the astrologer casts your horoscope, except that other astrologers disagree and want the conception time. Say that's the real beginning. There isn't a real beginning. It goes back and back and back in an inseparable continuity. When are you dead? That's another big argument. And you can get all kinds of ideas about that. So once you see that an event is a term in an intellectual calculus, calculus being the way of measuring, say, curved formations by reducing them to point instants and counting it, you see? But actually, the point instants are imaginary. The curve wiggles along, and it doesn't stutter from point to point. But in calculus, you make it do that. So, just as there are no point instants in the curve. So there are no events in nature. Nature is a constantly fluctuating pattern. You can only designate particular wiggles in a pattern arbitrarily. You can count a convex formation as one wiggle, or a concave formation as one wiggle. Then you decide if you call it one way, if you give the convex properties the title of wiggle, you have to deny it to the concave properties, and vice versa. So when you see that what we call separate events don't exist, it becomes nonsense to speak of one event causing another. What you really mean is that the two events which you speak of as being causally related are simply two parts of the same event. They go with each other in the same way as this with that. The relationship is not causal. It is mutual. And it works two ways in time, because future, so-called future events are not merely passive to past events. But you could easily see when, for example, any biological process goes on, you can reason just as well from the future to the past as from the past to the future. Why do two mammals have sexual intercourse? Well, it isn't just that they enjoy it. It's also that they're a very complex system which does this because it makes babies. And the prospect of baby works in reverse and creates desire. You can reason that way, although it's silly, because the whole process is one. And when we speak humanly and purposively, I am going downtown to buy groceries, then a future event could be said to be the cause of why you're now starting out to get into the car, buying groceries. And the difficulty we have in seeing this to be so is that we think in an either-or way, which is what is called dualism in Hindu-Buddhist thought, and that liberation is being free from dualism. So when you think in an either-or way, you see the figures in the background as moving, and therefore being responsible for their action. But if somebody argues the other way round and say the figures are just following lines of force in a field, gravitational principles say, we're all human beings, you see, we're all concentrated on our fact that we're individually rushing around and doing this and that. But we don't see that we're equally sucked, and that we move around in response to all sorts of stimuli. But neither position is adequate. You have to see that our being sucked by all sorts of stimuli is exactly the same thing as our apparently voluntary and deliberate action. Because what we're looking at is not this Newtonian game of billiards, where balls roll because they are hit by cues. What we're involved in is a dance where, for example, watch a snake. When a snake swims, there's nothing more beautiful than watching a snake swim in water. Lovely motion. But you see, it wiggles along, and its wiggle is conceivable, you see, as convex, or was it concave? This way, and that way, and this way, and that way. Now, which side of the snake moves first when it wiggles? It's very easy to see there. Now, when we interact with the world, what moves first? Who starts it? The objective world or the subjective world? They are related as this to that. You can't have an object without a subject, or a subject without an object. You can't have something known without the knower. And that gives the show away. There isn't any real distinction between the knower and the known. There's two ways of looking at something, yes. Two poles of a single process. But the knower and the known are subsumed as the knowing, and all life is knowing. And it isn't something, in other words, that works by the idea of all this happens because someone shoves it. Now you see, the idea all this happens because someone shoves it is basic to Western thinking. There is the Lord God, who is the boss, and he sloshes this universe into being and shoves it and sets it going. And you better obey that shove, because he's introduced into it some recalcitrance by giving to human beings what the Hebrews call the Yetzer Hara, the wayward spirit, so that they shall be able to play certain games on their own, because nothing very interesting would happen if everybody obeyed God. The whole world would be like a lifeless thing, you see? So they had to reason that into it in order to save face for God, practically. Because otherwise he could be blamed for all the catastrophes that happened, instead of our being able to say to each other, well, it's our fault.
This concludes CD number 1 of Do You Do It, or Does It Do You? With Alan Watts. Our program continues with CD number 2.
But you see then, once we are up against this possibility that the distinction between what we do and what happens to us is obliterated. And therefore we would say with Hindus and Buddhists that if I run into a catastrophe, it is my karma. You see, that means far more than that it is a punishment for something I did wrong in the past. That is a legalistic view of karma. But a naturalistic or organic view of karma is, in fact, that what happens to me is what I do. And that in a certain sense, I want what happens to me. We can use want, notice how we use this word. It means to desire and it means to lack or to need. We say to somebody, you're wanting, you're deficient in something that you need. So it's rather alarming, really, when you consider it, that you always get what you want, invariably. Even though you may think that it's entirely opposed to your wishes. But if it's your karma, everything that happens to you, put in another way, everything that comes to you is a return to you of what goes out of you. Yes, obviously, that's absurd. If you confine the definition of yourself to your voluntary, conscious behavior. That's a ridiculous definition of oneself. Oneself, by any stretch of the imagination, must involve far more than the conscious and voluntary aspects of our behavior. And if we see that it involves intimately and inescapably the behavior of what we call the other, the not-self, the environment, and see that these two are moving together like the two sides of the snake when it swims, then you get a very curious feeling. You have to be careful of it if you've got a Western background. Because this is what happens to a lot of people who play around with psychedelic chemicals. There are many, many cases of inflation among these people. That is to say, when you get this sensation that the two sides of the world, the inside and the outside, are moving together, you may think, I am ruling. I am God in the Western sense of the word. Therefore, your ego, instead of being, as it were, integrated and transcended with all this process, merely assumes vast dimensions, has megalomania, is blown up by the mystical experience. And so you get the holier-than-thou people going around who seem to think that they're above all human conventions and have no obligations to anyone or anything because they're divine and they can do as they damn please. What they haven't realized is that doing as you will isn't a new kind of behavior that you suddenly put on and say, from now on I'm going to go around doing as I will. You have to realize first that that's what you've always been doing. And you can look at this from a very simple point of view. It's not a complete point of view. But you can say, well, now what about the people who did good and who did the things that they didn't want to do? You know, everybody's mother said to us, darling, sometimes we have to do things we don't like. What about that? Well, you can always say, the kid obeyed the mother and did the thing that it didn't like because that was the better part of wisdom. In other words, if it hadn't done that, something worse would have happened. And we choose the lesser of two evils. And when you find yourself in a situation where you have to choose the lesser of two evils, then you say, I want out of here. You take the easiest way, you take the line of least resistance. So that's your doing. Now, you can pursue that more profoundly when you stop thinking about human behavior as something that responds to the compulsion of an environment. And you can get out of that when you see the behavior of the environment as an essential aspect of you. So it isn't, as it were, the environment starting something, which you are therefore compelled to follow. It's the whole system moving together. So then, you get in the state of liberated or mystical consciousness, you very often feel that a hill is lifting you up as you walk up it. The ground seems to heave beneath your feet, and up you go. And you get this strange feeling of lightness, of effortlessness, walking on air, never a care. You know, this wonderful sense that there are no obstructions anywhere. There's nothing, as it were, banging you and making you do that. It all flows together. And that's a very common sense. You are actually, in that state of consciousness, you are perceiving the goings-on, the Tao, the force of nature, in the way it's happening. But in the ordinary way, you've been conditioned to resist it, to fight it, and to use those sensations of resistance to create a sensory basis for what you describe as the ego. The ego, in practice, is a sense of strength. When you are aware of I, you are aware of this basic discomfort, which is located basically between the eyes. You know, in here. A sort of tightness. Also, it's in other centers too. It's in the solar plexus. And there are various physical centers, in other words, where this constant tension or resistance against it is going on. And that's what you feel when you talk about I. When that tension ceases, you discover immediately that the separate ego has disappeared, and that what I refers to is simply the total panorama of experience, everything that's happening. That's I. And obviously I don't know all of it, because I can't inspect all of it with my radar, with my conscious attention. That would be a ridiculous undertaking, to know everything in that sense. We know it in a much better way, as we know how to grow hair and open and close our hands. So, this point of view can be understood if we clarify the initial problems we have about it. And I suppose the first problem is, if we accept the notion that everything that happens to us is our own karma, our own doing, then we have to be very careful of, shall we say, the devil of omnipotence, of inflation, of feeling that your ego is what is in control of all this. And the second thing is, if you think then that everything that happens to everybody is what they really want to happen, then you can absolve yourself from any qualms about being unkind to someone. Because you could say, well, the unkindness I did you was what you really wanted, isn't it? You know that business about the responsibility of the person who gets murdered for getting murdered? There is a curious sense in which a lot of people go around looking for trouble. Freud pointed out quite correctly.
Folks, welcome. It's your boy MMG Smurf. Today's stream is going to be a little bit different. To start things off, I'm going to be talking at you super fucking heavy. We're going to have these chill vibes we got going with the music and stuff. And I'm going to be talking at you. We're going to be talking about cryptocurrency in the market and then playing some Smash Bros. So I'm going to be talking, playing Smash Bros. And this is my way of starting the day where I like to start the day. Let me fully transparent. I like to start the day with learning shit, like reviewing the market. You got to review the market, put some trades in, or whatever you got to do, maybe collect some money. Learn before you make any big moves, right? So I want to do that portion of the day, but also have already started the stream. I hate that usually there's like a delay between the stream and that.
We praised everybody for everything.
Try to combine the two. Try to find a way to combine the two. I thought this would be a really good portion for TikTok. Maybe we'll see. There might be a decent portion for TikTok.
But if you see the folly of that, the praising
I'm gonna check out my little
are just
thing there.
hating each other. Then you don't praise and you don't blame.
Let's go.
You just dig the whole thing.
Here.
And that's why, when we encounter very great sages, you never hear them blame. They very rarely praise them.
Okay.
Try to start gossip in the presence of such a person, and you make a derogatory comment about them. It's as if you had thrown a rock into a well and heard no splash. It's a funny feeling, because that you get no response, you get no agreement. And if you praise someone, there's also likely nothing to be said. Except perhaps some remark, of course, you're praising the beloved in all its manifestations. And this disconcerts some people terribly. I've always noticed that real sages never gossip, never criticize.
Oh wow, that's not a good start.
Because they understand so well.
How do you understand?
French saying,
let me use this camera.
Tout comprendre, c'est tout pardonner. To understand all is to forgive all. Is so true if you are experienced. Just the ordinary way of dealing with human problems. Being a counselor or a psychotherapist or minister, anything like that. You very soon get to realize how vastly complicated people are. And see that they really are in the necessary, not because of anything.
Might work, might not.
That's the way it is.
Might not make it.
You stop.
Going to talk about all the things, and while I do this, what this is really just going to be, because we got the philosophical music and stuff going. I am going to be using my bit. I'm going to be showing you what I'm watching. This is the real me today. What's up, folks? The real Smurf today. But we're going to be using the bit. So I'm not going to. I'm saying what do I mean by the bit? What's the bit, Smurf? I'm going to show you. My bit, boy. Let's tighten that up a little, like right here. Pow, pow. Let's go to the bit.
About how you ought to live.
And now we're in the bit.
And you ought to eat this kind of diet.
Okay, so you gotta at least see what I'm watching.
They've changed their ideas altogether.
We're watching some Robert Kiyosaki this morning. I'm a big Robert
Something like that.
Kiyosaki
It's
fan.
always changing.
I don't know if I can say I'm a fan, but I'm a listener. That's what I'll
While the
say.
rules that
I'm not a fan of many people like
See,
that,
if
but I'm
they
a
were all
listener of
absurd,
Robert
it would be
Kiyosaki.
easy. But they're not all absurd. There's some truth in it always. But nobody's ever quite sure. So the function of healers and doctors and so on is just to do what can be done to stop the mess getting too messy. And they must
Cool, so
accept
this
it.
does have the
That's their
captions.
job.
I'll put this big because it does have the captions.
You're healthy, say to the doctor, I was mean. So you're in business. Now, what about it then? We have difficulty in seeing this mutuality of our relationship to the rest of the world because it's contrary to common sense, contrary to the way we've been brought up. And therefore we have what I would call an initial intellectual block to understanding, quite apart from any emotional blocks or anything of that kind.
Oh, what up, Sean?
We must overcome that intellectual block.
That's all Rich Dad is talking about. I mean, you can kind of see it. But he's just going on this rant right now. This whole stream is about the day the dollar died, is what it was titled. And I want to see what he has to say. Apparently, he's just talking about, good ways to get financial education. He said one of the best ways to get a good financial education is to go and collect rent. Now, you either own property or know somebody that owns property to do that. So that's like a kind of upper crusty statement, but you can see where he's getting that from. Just saying people would say all sorts of things.
I am the subjective and I am the object. Hey, dear man, I mean to go around thinking thoughts about this. So
Now he's running through all the different crashes the United States has had in the last few years. Mentioning that they've never fixed that problem from all the crashes. True. After like the dot-com bubble and stuff like that, they're big. Oh, what's up on TikTok? They're big. They're big to do. Their big change after the dot-com bubble was, we figured out quantitative easing. We looked over at the Brits and said the Brits are doing this thing, and it wasn't working out. They just the euro. Why are they on the euro? Why is the pound? Obviously things aren't working out when you gotta switch fucking currencies.
So that there may be a transition from our ordinary way of feeling how things go on.
80 billion a month.
The new way. We have to
Woo! Y'all don't even know. Look, let me pause Robert real quick. Okay. This man just said they're putting 80 billion, printing 80 billion a month into the economy. For those that do not know, back during the Obama administration, and I'm not just saying this is like I'm not saying it for that purpose. Like, fuck that. Like, just back during the previous administration. So, there's the Trump administration. We got to skip an administration. I'm not talking about Trump. But back during the Obama administration, they were printing somewhere around 300 million United States dollars into circulation a year. Just let that sink in. They were printing around 300 million United States dollars a year previously. They are injecting 80 billion United States dollars a month. Let that sit there.
Of course, that's too hard a saying.
That's wild.
It's not practical. Everybody has to take thought for tomorrow and calculate. Well.
Oh yeah, is this the birthday? When is the birthday of the U.S. dollar coming off the gold standard? That's probably when he's gonna say the day the dollar died. Yeah, because the day that the United States dollar was no longer to be able to be used to just take it to the bank, or I don't know where the fuck they used to take it, honestly, because I wasn't born. Wherever the fuck you gotta take it, I think it was just the bank. And then, that's why you want to rob the bank, honestly, not for United States gold. But, yeah, take it to the bank and get some gold. And you can't do that anymore. You can't just exchange dollars for gold like that. You can go buy some gold, but there's no set dollar amount for that gold. Like...
It's just as I said. whether you like it or not, and whether you know it or not, the relationship between you and the environment is always one that is not controlled. So in the same way, you are always living the uncalculated life. You have to find out, first of all, that you're always doing it. And that what you call your calculation.
Yeah, I listen to this shit in 1.75 speed too, so it's like, you know what I'm saying? Kim is Robert's wife.
Funny little rationalization.
Ooh. Yeah, that's funny. Kim's pointing this out. There's some from some people that can remember back then. Kim was saying, like that's her first thing, that when Nixon took the United States off the gold standard, he said it was temporary. Kind of like after 9/11, they enacted, I forget what it's called now. It was like it's like pretty much like their ability to spy on everybody. Whatever the fuck that act is called, it's like the Eagle or whatever the hell. And that was supposed to be temporary, but it's still here.
And you don't even know why you make up your mind to do so. We know superficially, we have a few ideas. Like when you enter into a marriage, you have really no control over your life. In the ordinary sense of ego.
This is what reality is.
You've taken a colossal gamble, in which you've involved enormous complexes of patterns. And maybe it'll come out all right if you don't understand what it is.
So you said fractional reserves, a big issue happening currently overseas, in other countries. I was just mentioning this during a stream the other day. People were like, oh, you know, everybody's like hyped up in the United States, but I'm like, yeah, other countries are like really suffering more than the United States. And you mentioned they're going to, you know, over time. And part of that reason is because like, kind of what Robert just mentioned here. He says the way banking systems and stuff like that go, you know, you got to consider, like he was telling the story earlier of when he was, his rich dad told him, you know, if you make $10, put it in the bank, and it'll become 25. You'll earn $25 within 10 years on it. And he's like, and he said that was a smart thing to do. And so like all these banks kind of have a system where they're like, you know, you make $10, you can loan out $100, kind of like in a similar system, because they're estimated to make that much within whatever the fuck, or get that much more coming back into them because it just keeps coming in for bullshit. Honestly, it's like they're estimating things like mortgages and loans and blah 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 blah. But point is, you get one, you loan out 10 times as much. But there's that value, doesn't that? You can't just make that up and continue to do that. What happens when that all has to be paid back, and it can't be paid back? You just have like 10 times as much multiplied over and over and over and over again. Like it's not able to be paid.
Because if you work on it that way, you will start from the presupposition that relationship doesn't already exist. Doesn't have to be brought into being there. But now when you see that that's so, it obviously starts to make a difference. You do behave in a different way. But the behavior, the new kind of behavior that is a result of a transformation, is not forced behavior. When you try to imitate the way a saint behaves, you have made a forced change, and you know.
Rich Daddy Smurf 80, yeah. Rich Dad was just mentioning that, like in 1971, after the gold standard, basically the United States way of making money became, you know, putting people in debt, and so a big push on getting people into real estate loans, etc.
I love these people. They knows they don't. They're just saying this because they think they ought to. And be very trying. So whenever you do a thing like that, you see, you make a forced change. Now, if the change is to happen in the same way that a seed at the proper season breaks open and sends up a shoot, it comes from the whole force of life itself.
So this man You're getting this from some really smart people. I say this all the time, but I love it when other people saying your purchasing power is eroding every month. He's talking to the United States citizens. Your purchasing power is eroding every month. You're basically, his words, you're basically a fool if you're saving dollars.
And it will, you can allow it.
It's not to, that's not to say just go out and like spend your shit on like some clothes and all the food and blah blah blah. No, it's like put it into like some fucking stocks, most likely, right? That's like what they're saying. They're saying invest it in something. If, you know, if you really want to go real estate, then fucking put it in real estate. That'd be a better move than just sitting in the dollars, because it's not gonna be pretty.
There must come about something in you, a change.
Bro, that shit was epic. Nixon rugged the fucking planet, and these. Honestly, I can't believe I didn't know about this shit for so long, bro. Like what the United States did to the world was the biggest rug pull, and it was like, yeah, you can't get out either. Ha like, bro. Oh my god, that's why like after I learned all that shit, and then I saw what's his name? Old boy from the Fed chair recently talking, and he was like, I feel like other countries trust the United States and they love our system and this and that, you know, they trust. I'm like, motherfucker, you tricked them. What are you talking about? They are so happy to leave you the moment they have the option. If you trick somebody, this is the same way, I'm not trying to make this a race thing, but this is the same way a lot of white people felt back in slavery times. They were like, the black man wants to be, you know, subjective, and but like, are you stupid? No, you trick motherfuckers. That's it. That's it. If you trick somebody, you trick them, and now they are stuck in whatever you tricked them in. Congratulations, until they get out. But like that does not mean they enjoy that system. And like the fact that this man, who you know is what he is, really believes that is wild to me. I'm like, dude. No, not anybody who's educated. What are you fucking talking about? That's the classical definition of brainwashing, whitewashing, whatever you want to call it. Oh, you got an airdrop today. Oh, whatchamacallit? You talking about the Uncle Sam airdrop?
Lab where they make weapons. Do all the research. They got a bunch of us there, ministers and philosophy, and they had an nerve to ask us what was our basic
Bruh,
moral behavior.
I had gotten so behind on taxes because whatchamacallit, I think they sent it to my old address, and so I am actually behind on collecting so many of these fucking checks.
All warriors and fighters.
And I'm like, what is check life like? I can't wait to play that. But yeah, I get to wrap my shit up this week
Because I don't do it
and experience check life.
I don't go around and hit people over the head and say, give me this, give me that. I'm much more subtle. I say,
You paid in
manners, please.
Oh, on taxes? You paid $7,000 in taxes? Oh, I'm definitely not about that. I didn't really trade anything until 2021. I like literally did nothing but buy until 21.
What do I want?
It was a strategic move.
Who am I? Because if I'm going to be realistic about getting what I want, I've got to be pretty sure what it is that's me and what is the state of desire in me. If I am desire, see, if I am a center of desire, what's it all for?
I just figured it would save me on taxes. I was like, I won't have to worry about taxes until 2022. Oh yeah. The wheeling and dealing, man. I'm gonna start this year. Cause yeah, I only started in 2021. Like, 2019 I started learning about trading and stuff.
Is the enjoyment of something that I have
2018 was just, I was like really into just learning about all things crypto and stuff. And in 2019 I was like, yeah, I need to learn about, you know, trading and shit like that for when the market really starts to boom. And in 2020 it did what I was preparing for.
I say I like the wine. I also mean I like me and the wine together. But then I don't eat you or a friend or a lover in the same way as I drink wine. I live in association like this. But then I'm loving things that aren't formally supposed to be me.
The more assets you have, for every dollar asset you buy, you get $1 deduction from your tax.
I find that I can't put any limits on it. That I cannot experience me or without the other. And they're inseparable. But you don't find this out.
Borrow money, buy more assets, pay less tax. Tron CryptoPunks.
That's the most important.
I did not see that 1K Tron. Where are they? What is it on? USwap? USwap me? What are they pumping them on? I did not even see that. I'm about to be deep in crypto world for the next like week and a half though. I'm gonna be up all night.
Very subversive and undermining things without anybody knowing it until long after I'd left.
So his thing with this is that if you have, let's say you had $1 million, right? And if you had $1 million and they let you, because you have $1 million, they let you get a loan of $10 million. That $10 million loan that you got out is not taxable. And so, and by that regard, you made, you're tax free in that sense. I'm thinking about the same sense, not like the way that they're talking about it, but more like in a degen sense. And I'm thinking about it in terms of like, what if we did want to buy some real estate or something like that? Or what if I do want to cover just like an entire year of rent or something? How would I do that? Just like flat out. And I'm like, I wouldn't sell my Bitcoin, obviously. What I would do is, or Ethereum and stuff. I mean, I sell Ethereum all the time, but I wouldn't sell my Bitcoin. What I'd do is I'd loan it somewhere. I would allocate it somewhere where I'm going to potentially just get a loan out and then also make interest on it or one of those things. But I'm going to do something like that instead of just selling it. That would probably be the move. Even if it was like getting $200 a month for like a whole bunch of Bitcoin. Like, fuck it. It's $200 off rent every single month. And like I'll look at that the same way with the loan. If the loan equals out to be like just $200 off rent, then I'm like, that's a good play, because honestly I think Bitcoin's gonna appreciate in price like 2-3x from where it's at now. And if it does that, there goes the loan. I'm good, and I've just been sitting in goodies. And that's kind of what they're saying right here. It's like they're like, if you go out there, you buy assets, your assets appreciate. Well, then you had appreciating assets with that $10 million loan, some Michael Saylor type shit. That's what Michael Saylor went out there and did. Bought up a whole bunch of Bitcoin off of loans, with money that can't be taxed, is how he bought up all that Bitcoin. And then Bitcoin shot up with a bunch of untaxable money. And then he sold it. I don't know if that portion is like taxable at that point, honestly. I imagine when you sell the loaned money, it's taxable. I don't know though. I really don't. That's interesting. But that's what these big companies are doing. That's the question.
He's simply reacting to your own bringing up of problems.
It on Tron blockchain, tpunks.com.
We suffer terribly. And what are we going to do about that?
Mint a T-Punk, mint.
Is it not true that you suffer because you desire?
Yeah, see, bro, this is the question. What do you think? Let me ask you this, Satoshi.
All right, he said.
Because I'm looking at your site here. And I've noticed that, like, this is also why I'm really bullish on BTT. If you didn't know, for them to store all the T-Punks, they got to use BTT. They got to use BTT. These banks look like fucking plebs. They do to anybody like in the crypto. So you got like millions of people catching up to like, there are more people on blockchain than there are American bankers. And so you got more people around the world that know what's up than we got people hired in the banking system. And those people are actually, all those people that know what's up probably are not driving to work and stuff as much, aka not polluting the environment all of like 1/8 of the amount that Bitcoin is doing in a year. Like from just driving to work, fuck all the paper and everything else that you do in your life. It's just your commute. They want to talk shit though. Just your before you even touch energy in the office, you have done 1/8 of the damage that Bitcoin supposedly does to the. Shut up.
And so there seems to be a fundamental futility. Desire for whatever it is that you want. But behind this, the intention of
I'm not working my 16 H a week.
studying desire.
I gotta
seeing
find some
whether
type
one
of
can
little. I
discipline
want.
desire
I don't have to.
or
I want to
curb
find some type of part-time job thing, doing some shit.
it. Is a deeper
BTT
question
chart
altogether,
is
which is
a
what
beauty to behold, bro. It really is, man. We sitting on a nice little chunk of BTT. We're giving it away daily in our arcade and stuff. And I'm like, honestly, the days of us doing BT, because we can switch to any
Let's
token.
suppose I do
The
this
days of us
afternoon
doing
rotation
BTT
like
as reward might be coming to an end soon. I might be switching to a different token and be like, no, we can't keep doing the BTT, y'all. I'm sorry. We can't keep doing the BTT.
What would you like to do if money were no object?
It might have to be that way, though. The daily chart. Dude, it really is. It's sexy. It's super sexy. That's sexy. Tron has been like, you know, like people like, you feel how you want to feel about Tron? But Tron has been sexy to me. You got a market like this, all these tokens dip that much. Tron only went up to like 9, 11, like I mean, my 14. It was like 9 most of the time during the bull market, right? Dipped down to like 7 cents. That's it.
Let's go through with it. What do you want?
Okay.
When we finally
That's
got down
beautiful
something
to
which the
me.
individual says he really wants to do, I will
That's
say,
holding up
you do that.
100% yearly gain.
And
300% over the 2-year, or no
because
more than 700% over
if
2
you
year, something
say
like that.
getting the money
It's like,
is the
dude,
most important,
it's doing its thing.
you will spend your life
You're doing its thing, doing its thing,
completely wasting your
doing
time.
its thing.
You'll be doing things
Like,
you
is
don't
Bitcoin
like
exactly
doing in
100%
order
over
to
the
go on
2 year?
living.
Probably
That
not.
is to go on
It's
doing
something
things you
nice.
don't like doing, which is stupid.
But yeah,
Better to
I
have a
think.
short life
Oh, this is what I was gonna ask you,
that is full of
Satoshi.
what
Seriously.
you like doing,
Oh,
than a long
so
life spent
we're gonna
in
integrate
a
NFTs into our arcade and stuff like that. And I'm like, obviously, we're gonna have both
And after
eventually.
all, if you do really like what you're doing, it doesn't matter what it is.
I'm like,
You
should we
can
do
eventually turn it, use
Tron
it as
blockchain
a
NFTs,
The only way to become a master is something.
or should we do Wax blockchain NFTs?
And then you'll be able to get a good
Now I
feel
think with
for
Tron
what it
blockchain
is.
NFTs is interesting. We just send them out to people. We can't do packs and stuff like that. All this other cool stuff that we know how to do on Wax. Can't necessarily do that on Tron.
Spend your time doing things you don't like in order to go on spending things you don't like, doing things you don't like, and to teach your children to follow in the same track.
I need to hit up our little. We have this one developer.
Is we're bringing
Whatever
up
is
children
easier. I'm like exactly. Yeah, I'm like. That's how I
live the
feel.
same
I'm
sort
like
of
yeah.
lives we live.
I'm like I'm liking that Tron has all this stuff coming out. I don't feel like Tron is easy enough right now. I feel like you have to be very basic. Like CryptoPunks is a great one to be on there because it's a super basic one. We could do some really basic Tron NFTs, but that's not going to be everything that we want them to do.
And so, therefore, it's so important.
We want to be able to delegate NFTs. We want to be able to do this and that, and we could make all the contracts for that. I think our devs are really ready for it. They're really excited.
We figure out that we want a desire.
But yeah, Tron is like, I don't know why they're so fucking late to the party. You know what I realized though? I did realize they released the documentation for their NFTs, the whole NFT structure and stuff like that back in like March or something, which is like, it's still not too long ago. But like, that totally went under the radar for me. I did not notice that shit.
Power available to do anything that you can conceive and do it just instantly.
Because I was waiting for it, and everything else was just pumping so much. It must have just been like they said it like a day, and it was like done. Because then a few weeks ago, I was looking at stuff. I was like, bro, when are they gonna get these damn smart contracts so we can fuck with this stuff? Obviously, we already got our own token. We already have our own smart contracts that deliver tokens to people and stuff like that. You know, working on staking. Well, you know,
You will soon see
when are they gonna get these NFTs
that's not what you want.
and like start to develop what Wax has? And yeah.
Because the moment you
It happened in
have a
March,
situation
so somebody will
you
probably
are
make a
really
nice
in
little
control of
library
things,
soon,
that is
which
to
will
say,
help us
in
out that
which
much
the
more.
future
Because
is
putting our developers on the
almost
task of a
completely
library and all that
predictable.
crazy shit, I don't think so.
you will see, as I said
That's a
last
lot to
night,
pay
that
for,
a
but we can't
completely
afford that.
predictable future is already the
I wish we
past.
could. I wish we
You've
could,
had it.
because it would just be job done. Like we know
That's
what we're
not
looking
what
for. We know what to do with stuff.
You want a surprise.
Anyways, let's get
You don't know
last of
what
this
that's
Robert
gonna be,
Kiyosaki.
because obviously
Tron is late as
surprises
fuck though.
are
Tron wasn't so damn late, man.
You want a pleasant
Like I like Tron. I like Tron. Stop it again. I like Tron. Especially as things continue to take off and shit. Like, yes, it costs some Tron, but like quite honestly, for the amount of transactions that our bot does on the daily and stuff like that, I put like 25 Tron in like our bot's account. Something like 25 Tron. And I froze like 100 Tron.
One of those wishing well
So like obviously if Tron goes up to $100, that's gonna become pretty expensive to do. But what it equals is pretty much free transactions for our smart contract. That's not really that expensive, man. And like, yes, people aren't using it all the time, but if people were using it that much, we would probably be expecting it cost more, like, than what it currently does. Like, it would be a pretty fucking big deal. So I think they're doing a good job, honestly. Like, I know people got hate and shit like that, but blockchain and spending and stuff like that. Yo, have you thought about taking sponsors? I like the idea of blockchain sponsors and crypto-based sponsors and stuff like that. I don't really like the idea. It's not that I'd be opposed to it, I guess. I wouldn't be opposed, depending on the situation of like more traditional sponsor people. But I do like the idea of blockchain-based crypto sponsors. You know, we promote them. You know, have like a wall of sponsors, all that type of shit. Put them on jerseys, cause down to promote blockchain stuff. Obviously, innovation, man. We're about innovation. So yes, I have thought about that. I reached out to some folks. I just gotta get Segway in there with a really good project. Man, I need to try to get back in with the Splinterlands team. Like, oh my god, do you what happened to the time we used to DM? I used to ask you about Ruby on Rails and stuff. Just about the way. We used to make commercials for our streams. Meow. Yeah, we done like, you know, for the blocking chain, we'll do like I'll go more all out and stuff like that. I haven't been able to go so all because it's like, honestly, it's like all me making the shit. Like, I'm doing the outreach, the programs, the streaming, the pre-streaming, the graphics, the NFTs, the token stuff, the layout for the token stuff, because it's not like our devs are just coming to me with ideas. These are my ideas. I'm sharing them the documentation, telling them where to go, this and that. Please put this together with this. Make it say this, that, you know.
Nobody wants power.
It's a lot.
Now you may say that's shared responsibility.
And then I have to live. So I gotta, at some point in there, I gotta make some money.
You would go out to power and try to use power to the best possible advantage for the benefit of all. All right, what would be the benefit of all?
But we will be having those commercials coming back and stuff like that. And we do go more all out for the block and chain events, where I like to make sure we have segments with entertainment and all sorts of cool shit. I want to keep increasing that and increasing like the rest of our streams like that too. Honestly, I'm gonna start having more commercials and shit. I just need more time to do it. Again, I think I'll be able to do like a lot of commercial type stuff over this next week or two. Starting tomorrow, I'm gonna start trying to do a lot of that because here. Let me say something.
Oriental philosophy and religion was first
Sorry, Kim.
introduced to the Western world.
Boom. You
It
ain't
was
seen this.
introduced under the auspices of
After
people
night,
who were
don't leave girl around me. Play real, to play for real. So this is a NFT campaign that we're gonna be doing. It's like a fundraiser campaign for Money Match Gaming. Called Seed Packs. Basically, we're gonna be offering these packs of cards, which will have seeds that are designated to like a bracket seed. So each seed is like, you know, this player equals that seed, and yeah, if that bracket seed wins, it'll be an upgradable NFT situation. It'll be a craftable NFT type of pass thing. This one actually, like day 2, looking at this thing, sexy. You can have anything you want. I wasn't sure about that little extra light that I put on the corner there, but I'm like, actually looking at it now, it's extra sexy. Anyway, I fucked with y'all at MMG. Women donate $20 to the prize pool tonight. What? Bro. I mean, please do. Let me say it. Let me say it. Oh my god. Yeah, you wanna make me put in some work, bro. Damn. I only got so much time to make graphics. I usually take it easy on Wednesday. Yeah. But for sure. Yeah, let me say that. Hold up. We gotta go to Twitter right now. Why is this on Kaggy?
Writes about people read that because they think there may be a way of being gay. represented through this kind of propaganda as masters of life, as, for example, people whose emotions didn't bother them, who could put up with any amount of pain by simply turning off their feelings. Who could foretell the future, who could read your thoughts, and who were above all kinds of ordinary human praise. Well, when
Okay,
I
let me
first
put
met
that link in there. Oh, that's sexy. Ooh,
Buddhist
ooh, that
priests,
becomes sexy.
Zen masters,
That becomes sexy.
swamis,
I gotta put this in a
all
few other
these
places.
wise men.
It's the only one I'm gonna show you guys me actually
One of
posting.
the first things that impressed itself upon me was
Do
that they
that, I
were
gotta
perfectly
put-
ordinary human beings. They had bad tempers. They were fussy about certain things. They just acted as I would expect human beings to act. And so at first I was very disappointed. I thought they had feet of clay. That they didn't come up to these promises of psychotherapy.
Yeah. I'm gonna screenshot that
But
and put it
after a
out
while I
on
got to realize
Instagram.
why not. That they had already thought all that through.
On my
They had
phone.
thought through what might be done.
Damn, Stoshi, are you hurting us like that? Hold on, I don't even know where my phone at, bro. I leave it in the bathroom.
The powers of
do.
this kind in Sanskrit
shit.
are called siddhi.
Oh shit, here we go again.
S-I-D-D-H-I.
Damn, my guy.
There is hardly one
To send USDC over BSC or ETH. So then you handle the rest. Will do. Will do.
Go on. These are only the foot.
Bruh, I'm about to push this
These are
bitch.
furthermore not only
Hopefully it's some really
footprints,
nice
but
earth.
they are seductive, blind arrows.
Let me grab this phone. Be right back.
Now I think that this is the greatest possible lesson for the Western world to learn, because we are so hung up on the idea of power, of control, of being able to make everything go the right way, and we've never thought it through. When you get control of it, what are you going to do with it? Supposing I have I'm an alchemist, and I have a whole secret.
Bruh. I will rip this
If I
room
see it
apart.
desirable, then all I have to do is go out and see a glass of wine with one of my secret potions in it. And instantly, I'm a master.
Alright, well, you know what? I gotta make it to the Kiyosaki. It's okay. I know how to promote.
Because all
We'll
I've got
push,
again is that plastic doll.
pushing,
But when I
and
push it,
pushing,
it does what I tell it.
DM me address on Discord. Yeah, let me hit that. Let
What
me
you
hit
always are looking
that.
in things is where the surprise is, where there's a comeback. And you say, my God, this thing is alive. It has a will of its own. It is not in my control. And I would like to have a relationship with something like that. So
I'm
that
like,
it can
damn,
be
bro,
solved.
just search for me on Pancake Spot. I'm just fucking-
And also,
That'd
you
be so
feel
creepy.
true affection. After all, you can make
Ugh, sometimes when they like try to warn you about the secret recovery phrase stuff, I just feel creeped out. I'm like, stop asking me questions. Get out of here. Who are you?
And sailors take them on long voyages. But what an awful thing, when you realize that this thing has no fear and no surprise in it.
Dun, dun,
Thing that
dun,
it does on its own,
dun.
see. So when you think it through like that, you
Oh.
do not want
Let me get this. I'm gonna push play. 'Cause we gotta keep. I mean, we gotta hear the good message.
Therefore, these Zen Buddhist masters that I met and others were not super occultists.
It's so funny when you listen to
Very
things in
many
2 x,
Westerners
especially if you're just quiet and like not talking yourself.
expecting
Like you just sit there for a second, and first it sounds really fast, really fast, and then it just slows down,
grievously
and they sound they still sound like they're talking fast, but it sounds normal.
So therefore, from the standpoint of Buddhism, the fact that the power game is not the game is expressed by saying
The magic of compounding interest back in 1971, and we still compound, don't we?
one who has gone
We do.
beyond the
We
gods,
compound.
because the
There
gods
it is.
have power. all kinds of gods. And the supreme of all the gods is called Ishvara. But it is said that all those gods in their paradisal world are in samsara. They're in the round of birth and death. And what goes up must come down. They're immensely successful. They're at the peak of power, spiritual power. They're not delivered yet, because they still don't know what they want. And therefore, in the exploration of what you want, you get to the point where having all pleasures at your command, and they pall, and you think of new sources of pleasure. And eventually you get like the ancient Romans, who had all these mad crowds of barbarians who have to go every Saturday to the Colosseum for a show that really had to surpass it, because they had public baths, they had prostitutes, they had every kind of luxury.
Right.
But when they went
Giggity.
to
Giggity
see
test.
one of the big shows that people like Nero put on, they would have, for example, floats.
Alright, this is my boy Stunner. I like watching Stunner Breeze, you know.
All full
My
of
guy
slavery.
covers some stuff sometimes. Okay, you just, right now he's just ranting. This is just gonna be a market rant. I'm just gonna pull through, because we know about market. But you get the view. You get the view though. There you go.
Eat up all the slavery. They got a big
Inherently,
sadistic
boy.
kick.
I'm like, I don't think 100. I don't know.
Because you see,
It's not gonna go straight up. IMX airdrop equals free money. Best gaming token airdrop details. Let's get it. What's up with the gaming? Oh, Mutable X. Hold up.
when you have explored pleasure to its ultimate limit, the only thing you can get a kick out of is pain. So naturally, you descend from
I'm over here waiting for the gods token. They talking about IMX.
to the Naraka world at the bottom.
You do not want to miss this. No, you do not. I would not want any airdrop. Fuck it. Free money.
In states of torture. Now, of course,
I'm gonna tell
priests
everybody.
say, bringing up children, if you do bad things, you will end up in the
Bro, VV coming over to this.
But this is a very inadequate way of showing how one gets to the hell world. You get to the hell world as a result of not knowing what you want. As a result of thoughtless pursuit of pleasure, which
It
ends
does.
you eventually in the pursuit of pain. So when you're in the hell world, that's where you want to be. So then the question is, to clarify once more, what do we want?
So if gods is gonna be the gods unchanged token, IMX must be the
Understand
just
first
the
of all,
entire
you don't
layer 2's token. Immutable's
want
entire token.
You want
And
the
then we'll have things like VV, Call Me, be coming over. That'll be another one. I don't know what other games are moving over there, honestly. I've seen some other ones. I can't even remember. I feel like Alluvium's gonna be over there, honestly. Like it's not now, but I feel like it will be. And that's when I'll fuck with it.
Feeling sometimes you're with it, but sometimes it's alive under your hand. And this sensation too, you often get, say, in driving a car or something like that. It's more or less under your control, but on the other hand, it isn't.
Bruh, the VV. I don't even know if it's going up recently. I'm still holding my initial little bag from like I found it so early. Fuck it.
Then you have the
You know,
same.
if it goes up, it goes up. We'll see what happens.
you have when you have someone you
I should have
love,
bought more though.
some other person. They're
'Cause it dipped
partly
back
under
down.
Your control because they've agreed to live with you and go along with you and so on. But also they're not. And the measure to which they're not is the measure to which they seem really alive. to
Nothing on the date. Too crazy. 24% in the last 14
So
days.
then we ask the question, if
It's pretty
the
good.
motivation of power gain
7,000% in a year though. It'll gang.
what other motivation takes its place as the origin of action? And it seems to me that the answer here is compassion.
So obviously you want IMX, right? Because who doesn't want to make money off of transaction fees on a fucking gaming platform? You know how many transaction fees there are going to be?
Want to relate to another living being. What you really are asking is that they be in the same situation that you are. You want to meet and encounter someone else.
Yeah, NFTs, Tron about to take off again, bro. Tron about to pump. You about to see Tron become a Binance Smart Chain situation.
You don't want to solve. You want another you. Another self.
Wait.
Because that would be at least as surprising to you as you are.
Wait.
And so then at once, that when you see that that is the case,
All right, so I get the retrospective airdrop.
and that the most interesting thing in the world is the relationship between
7,900 users were eligible.
and you can see it.
Gang,
from
gang,
the
gang.
situation. And then you think, no, I don't.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
I got that airdrop. I got the Splinterlands airdrop. I'm still crying from that Uniswap airdrop
But obviously, I can't.
by like 12 hours.
You want your children, you want your relatives, your wife, etc.
So for how many you own? I mean, look, there's only 7,000. Look, this is the thing I'll say about this shit. And when did he say this next one is? Because it's like, as long as they already took the snapshot, if they already took it, then we go, because there's only it's less than 10,000 people, period. That's good odds for however many tokens they're going to airdrop on you. That's really good standing for 10,000 people, less than 10,000 people. Basically, if you use this bit, you getting rewarded. They're like, yes, thank you for being one of the first 10,000. That's why that's really how I hope they like play this out. Because it's like, dude, you're telling me over all this time, I am within the first not even 8,000 people to use your fucking solution. That's probably why they were so responsive when I emailed them. I was like, oh, damn, y'all actually on it. Okay, what's up? Thank you. Yeah, they were like, whoa, you having transaction issues? We'll fix that for you. And I was like, what? What you mean you'll fix it for me? Like, oh, we fixed it. I'm like, what the fuck? Y'all did like some blockchain shit for me?
There really is no greater satisfaction that you can imagine than that kind of personal relationship
I don't have any chess.
wherein you can
I don't got
trust
any cool assets. I
A
only
being
got cards that I got
who is
because
other
I started buying packs.
and not under your control to do for you what you want. Because
Or
they like
decks. Excuse me.
it. As you, on your side, would want to do
Nope.
something for them
Don't got no mythics.
so as to give pleasure.
None of my shit
to the other
special.
person. Let's take in sexuality, where you get a kind of a critical example of this. The biggest fun in sexual relationships is giving orgasm to women. And if that doesn't
Yeah, it's gonna be huge, and it's gonna be way better than like, oh, I'm sorry to say it. Like, I know a lot of people are really big on shit like open. Well, I mean, like, you can't even say it because like blockchain is what it is. But like stuff like OpenSea, I get that they got the Polygon payment now. That's really nice, actually. That's really nice because I'm like I can't do all the Ethereum payments, bro. Just I can't. Woo! You're killing me. But I imagine maybe they'll get a Mutable X deal or probably not. Mutable X will just compete with them. It's gonna be interesting because one is specific to gaming and one is, I guess they should be able to survive. We got Walgreens and CVS.
Now it's yours. Now I may seem, therefore, as a result of talking this way, to be talking like a Jewish or a Christian theologian.
Oh boy, oh my, perfect.
Because that's what they say about God. That God did something.
Yeah, I'm like,
kenosis.
it might be time to beef up their collection, get some more IMX.
Kenosis is a Greek word.
Okay. Is there anything else I want to check out? Charles over here pumping Cardano before the weekend.
And thereby
Well, you say soft rug versus hard rug. Explain. Soft rug is just slow. Steady. What they doing with it? Pyrus Ghost. $2,000 drip airdrop. Okay.
By trusting the other, by trusting a principle called other that's not under your control. But with God, of course, it is under.
Oh no, did he say Pirate Ghost rip?
He sits back and smokes a cigar sometimes.
Rip
and
Pirate
lets it
Ghost
go.
airdrop.
See what the children will do. Oh, like Delord and Green Bastard. Cigar. So, but you see, it's really in a way the same idea as the Hindu idea. When the Christian speaks of God giving
Let me go back to what Ray was saying. What Ray's saying. Hold
the
on.
Hindu says, no, God gets lost in that person. And
Do
gives
you
up.
have a hardware wallet? Bro, you got some freaky shit in the background.
It's really the same thing. It's the idea that the all-powerful surrenders
Like
power.
what?
So that
What's the
the
freaky shit?
more you give the power away, what you're really doing is you're othering.
Oh, like noise-wise or what?
Now, the more you other yourself,
Tell me.
power away, the more of a self you are. Now, self and other are
ILD
reciprocal.
will be. Oh yeah.
So you find
No,
that
I need to buy a hardware wallet. I just split things up between a bunch of different wallets and
A
places.
sadhana, a yoga discipline, have overcome their ego, have transcended the ego, are tremendously strong personalities. You would think, theoretically, they would all be non-entities.
Another video maybe. Oh, like making
That's
noise?
entirely what psychologists call ego strength.
Oh, sound-wise, yes. Yeah, we got some Alan Watts going, bro. Yeah, that's the inspiration shit. What are you talking about?
Yeah, boy, oh my, perfect hit.
They are, every one of them, unique.
Let me hear
They're
Mr.
all
Watts
very
right
different
now.
from each
Hold
other. And they are very, very, what I would call strong characters. Because
Yeah, that's
the
Mr.
more
Watts.
they have given it up, the more they get it.
You know what I'm saying? I figured, probably not gonna get a copyright
So,
strike for
in this
mixing
way-
music with Alan Watts. And it sound kind of dope, though. Alan Watts with the dope
Let's put
flow.
it in another dimension. Let's suppose we're thinking of a race
learn something about the human
not
psyche.
just people. People are very obviously other and independent.
Whoop, whoop. Yeah.
Give
Yeah,
it
let me know if it's too much.
Say to everything, which in course is
Let
going to
me see what you're
include
saying
as
over
much
here.
of yourself as you can objectivize. In other words, your
Yeah,
stuff.
because you got this thing over here in the rug dock.
Say to it all, now it's your turn. Let's see what you're going to do. Let it happen. You know, you do this complete let off of control. And you find that I have to put it in a provisional way first. You get the sensation that that everything else is living in. It lives you.
Yeah, I don't think anything's actually wrong with
That you
Rug Doc. I think he's
given
just
away
going through how to be
control,
a good
to
DJ.
everything else. It's a lovely, irresponsible state to be in.
This concludes CD number 2 of Do You Do It or Does It Do You with Alan Watts. Our program continues with CD number 3.
But then you see, you do the flip. Bloop. In giving away the control, you've got it. You've got the kind of control you wanted. That's to say, where you had a loving relationship with the world, but you didn't have to make up your mind what it should do. You let it decide. Now, do you see that's how your bodies work? You don't have to make up your mind what your nerve cells are going to do. You've delegated all that authority. If the President of the United States has to lay awake
Yeah.
at night
Yeah, I'm like, bro, you need to
thinking
disconnect a
what
lot of
every
these.
official under his command is going to do, he can't be president. He's got to make an act of trust in all those subordinates to be responsible and carry on their things in just the same way as you make an act of trust to all your subordinate organs to carry on their functions without you having to tell them what to do. And this is the secret of what we will call organic power as distinct from political.
I really couldn't tell if he was trying to promote that one or not. I think I'm pretty much done over here, though.
Lao Tzu puts it in this
There's
way: the
nothing
great
else
Tao
for me
flows
today.
everywhere, both to the left and to the right. Lao Tzu nourishes all things, but does not lord it over.
Poly Network hack. I had never actually heard of Poly. I feel like I can't say it. I feel like I had seen it, but didn't know what the fuck it was. I'm like, this is bullshit. One of those type of projects. They're trying to make some whatever. Easy 2X Cardano rally. Poly Shield Easy 2X. Is it? What's it doing right now?
But in such a way
How is it gonna 2X
that
though?
instead of having to lie awake nights,
It's got to go down before you can Easy 2X
you
it.
do it beautifully.
It's got to like touch over 100. How is it gonna 2X after it goes over 100? I don't understand how it's gonna. I don't know, King of FOMO.
So you can go to sleep at night, trust your nervous system to wake you up in the morning.
Best crypto bull run.
You
We
can
gonna
even
just
tell it,
listen to this.
I want to wake up at 6 o'clock, and it'll wake you up.
So
It's like an
early.
alarm.
It's so early for Bitcoin. Trillions coming. I think so too.
This seems a sort of paradox to say this, but the principle of unity,
Gold and
of
silver
coming to a
smash.
sense of
Where to
of
from
oneness
here?
with the whole of the
What is
rest of
that?
the
Is
universe
this real?
is not
You know,
to
we only
try
hear enough from the gold and silver
to
people. Let's
obtain
hear it.
power over the rest of the universe. That will only disturb it and antagonize it and make it seem less one with the
Precious
universe.
Metals took a big
The way
hit
to
on
become
Friday,
one with the universe
and then took a really big hit
is to,
as futures open on Sunday night.
as another, as you would another, and say, let's see what you're going to do. But in doing that, you see, in saying that to everything else that you have been taught to think is not you, you are also saying it to yourself. Because finally, as I pointed out, you do not know where your decisions come from. They pop up like hiccups. And when you make a decision, people have a great deal of anxiety about making decisions. There's this guy who, farmer, who ordered a help man come in, and found he was an extraordinarily efficient worker. But the first day, he put him on sawing logs. And he sawed more logs than anybody had ever sawed.
That's hilarious. Somebody dropped $4 billion worth of gold, regardless of the situation. Just said, fuck it, we're gonna drop it all the way down. I don't care about the price. Not gonna let it build back up or anything. Like, we're just dropping it all the way till you meet my order. Which is hilarious to me, because that's the same thing some of these big ass institutions started doing once they came into Bitcoin. They're like, we're gonna push the price down. It's like, it really no reason for the price to go down with this many people buying it, stuff like that. Why are you fucking shorting so heavy? Some people like, and there was like, the boy pointed out, like one of these big ass mining firms that like just like dumped the price like super heavy, and it's like, what the fuck are you doing? Why would you do that? I feel like, honestly, I'd be hilarious if somebody in Bitcoin, crypto, bought up billions worth of gold and just dumped that shit.
I said no.
Said,
All
fuck
right,
you.
mending fences and chopping wood, but this potato business is decision after decision after decision after decision. So when we decide, we're always worrying, did I think this over long enough? Did I take enough data into consideration? And if you think it through, you find you never could take enough data into consideration. The data for a decision in any given situation is infinite. So what you do is you go through the motions of thinking out what you will do about this. And then when the time comes to act, you make a snapshot. I mean, I'm speaking a little extremely, making some fun of it and so on, because after all, we do occasionally get the vague outlines of things like decision on rational grounds.
They're talking about how it's obvious manipulation,
But we fortunately
and they're surprised it's allowed. And this and that. It's like y'all really just came into crypto and tried to do that, though. Like, and you made it so obvious when you were doing it. So somebody just decided to do it to you too. You talking? I mean, I ain't surprised. Y'all been doing it.
warriors are people who think of all the variables beyond their control, what might happen. So then when you make a decision, and it works out all right, I think very little of it has much to do with your conscious intent and control. But somehow or other, you are able to decide and control things more harmoniously if you delegate authority. Why, very great businessmen are those who can delegate authority. Trust others to work for them. Because those are people developing businesses on the same basic structure that is fundamental to a living organism, delegation of authority. It loves and nourishes all things, but does not lord it over them. You see, then what is happening is this. The more...
All right, so this man, obviously, they're not talking about cryptocurrency right now. They are talking, ooh, I don't know why my connection's dipping so heavy right now. Hopefully we're still live. But they're not talking about cryptocurrency right now. They're talking about gold and silver and options trading in those markets and stuff like that. And all this guy said is that, like, yes, somebody pushed the price down. They did this manipulation, stuff like that with this $4 billion sell. But what's he doing? He's obviously pretty old. He's got his own book on gold and silver and stuff like that. I imagine this man's pretty wealthy. He's also, you know, got a background. It's like obviously a high rise wherever he's at. And what he's saying right now is that, you know, you haven't lost anything truly if you haven't sold anything. And so if you like that asset, you know, what he's looking to do is like, dude, hopefully the person pushes the price down even further and I can buy some more up. And he's like, honestly, with the price going down now, if that person started to put shorts in from like the lower level, they would have actually made money after losing or after selling the billion. It's wild. But yeah, anyways, his point here is just that
You may make a mistake.
he's not done with gold and silver. He sees this as like an opportunity to buy more. And so we just saw this in crypto where we're down. We're still in the $40,000 range from 60,000. You got to consider it dipped down to 27,000 and then started moving back up. And he's talking about a flash crash, and then it was still down underneath the price of the flash crash. Bitcoin flash crashed, and then it was still down underneath the price of the flash crash, around 28,000 or so. Robert Kiyosaki was quoted as saying he would start to back up the truck around 27,000 Bitcoin or so. So I'm sure he backed up the truck. You know, it probably hit close enough to his number where he's like, I should, you know, throw half of it in, and if it goes even farther, I'll throw the next half of it in. But that's what these big investors have been doing with Bitcoin and Ethereum. And so, yeah, just things to consider.
Because that goes back again to this point. That
He's betting against modern
we're
economics.
always entering a new environment.
Thinks that there's a big
We
failure
don't ever know
on
what
central
the new
banks
environment
in those,
is.
and thinks that gold and silver will rally because of that.
There is
I
always
agree.
an operating in the development of cellular life on any level, a new way of organization higher than any existing form. And we are not aware of it until after it's happened. if you ever saw, for example, the film Continue. This man figured out a few things as to how to make a balsa wood raft to sail from South America to the Pacific Islands. But once he had set this in motion, he discovered that all sorts of unexpected factors cooperated. That when the wood got wet, it expanded, so that the tides bit into it, held it completely secure. He never expected that. And he found that as he sailed along, flying fish was simply a light flat on the deck every morning for breakfast. That all kinds of natural factors, it was just, he had touched a key where he was flowing with the course of nature. Everything cooperated. But he touched the key, he made the active nature. And he was just picking up, in other words, a practice which hundreds and hundreds of years ago had been followed by others who worked it out by their great ecological awareness.
Count your blessings, count your steps. At your girl like we that strap. It's way too cold under the
So we do come out of this way of thinking to something which has, I would say, the most enormous creative and revolutionary social concepts. That it has become not virtuous, not self-sacrificing, not anything like that. It has become the hardest practical politics to let go control to others, to give up trying to dominate us. Also, in a parallel way, it has become at this time in our history very much hard practical politics. To learn how to enjoy ourselves. You can go to the Protestant people with their Protestant ethic who are against Islam. Now say to them, with great plea, it is your solemn duty to learn how to enjoy it. Why? Because in an age of leisure, people have really got to know how to enjoy themselves. Because if they don't, they'll smash the whole future of the human race. So a utopia has become not some sort of a dream, but an urgent necessity. We can't do without it. Because if we try to do without it, what's going to happen is that we are going to terminate our race in a mutual massacre of scapegoats. And so the present paranoia in the United States is going on, where everybody is thinking up a new scapegoat, how great it would be to demolish them, get them out of power. All this kind of bickering, right and left politics has become irrelevant because we now have the opportunity of trusting our own intelligence, our own technology, to take the risk of doing what we want, which will work to the extent that we realize that what I want, basically, what I really want is achieved. And I don't know what.
Let's see as silent as possible.
Right. But that's the kinship between I and God. So when I ask, I go right down to the place. We start. What do I want? Who are you? Was another form of detective. He said, I don't know. Planting flowers with butterflies. Bodhidharma says, I know not. When you don't know what you want, you reach the state of desire. When you really, you see, there's a beginning stage of not knowing. In the beginning stage, you don't know what you want, you haven't thought about it.
What are you doing?
You only thought superficially. Then when somebody forces you to think about it, and go through and say, yeah, I think I like this, I think I like that, I think I like the other. There's the middle stage. Then you get beyond that. Say, is that what I really want? The end is, no, I don't think that's it. I might be satisfied with it for a while, and I wouldn't turn my nose up at it. But it's not really what I want. Why don't you really know what you want? Two reasons that you don't really know what you want. Number one, you haven't. Number two, you don't know yourself. Because you never can. The Godhead is never an object to itself. Just as a knife doesn't cut itself, fire doesn't burn itself, light doesn't illuminate itself. It's always an endless mystery to itself. I don't know. And this I don't know, uttered in the infinite interior of the spirit. This I don't know is the same thing as I love. It's the same thing as you. And so the Upanishads say, if you think that you understand Brahman, you do not understand. You have yet to be instructed further. If you know that you do
What
not
I'm about to
understand,
say.
then you truly understand. For the Brahman is unknown to those who know it, known to those who know it. And the
Motor
principle
vehicle
is
repairs up 2% month over month.
anytime
Ooh.
you, as it were,
Women's dresses is up 5% month over month.
you have an accident.
Oh no, okay. Wait. Largest on there. Okay, I think these two. That's like in 2012. Okay, it's these two. Motor vehicle repair and personal care services are up 2.2% month over month.
That wasted energy is slavery. Therefore, you are, in that sense, having that energy.
Oh, these
that
other ones are
you
also
one
repair.
with the divine senses. You have the energy.
Oh no, that's the largest gain since 2012. It says. Excuse me.
That is to say, you don't.
Women's dresses is up 5.5%. Personal care is up 2.2%. Motor vehicles 2%. Motor vehicle repair. Vehicle accessories other than tires is up 1.6%. This is since last month.
Now you say,
Pets and pet products 1.5%. And food away from home is up almost 1% month over month. The largest gain since 1981.
Meaning of the fact, you see, that everything is dissolving. We're all falling apart.
That's
We're all in
right.
a process of constant death. And that the world, we hope, men set their hearts on going back to it, so it's possible with like snow upon the desert, stuff, cloud cap towers, the gorgeous palaces, great buildings, all high, all this. All falling apart. That's the great persistence. That fact that everything is in decay is your help. That is allowing you that you don't have to let go. Because there's nothing to hold on to. It's achieved for you by the process.
credit, but I'll only
Really
tag
get
you.
with it. Something you find
There's anything for me to learn.
access to
That's what I care about.
But it's not power. It came to you because you grabbed it.
Oh, what's he saying?
Power is an opposite. Power that comes to you in that opposite way is power with which you can be trusted. Of course, what we've been talking about is not so much a set of ideas as an experience, or shall we say experiencing. And this kind of seminar, in comparison with encounter groups or workshops of various kinds, or experiments in sensory awareness, is now being called a conceptual seminar. Although I'm not talking about concepts. But the crucial question arises that an understanding, a real feeling understanding of the polar relationship between the individual and the world is something that operates, as we say, in your bones, and isn't just a view that you hold or a belief that you hold. It's so curious that the emphasis of the Western tradition in religion is primarily upon right belief. Do you believe in the right dogmas, the right doctrines? And only secondarily upon right action. Because what you believe is, in Christianity at any rate, far more important than what you do. Because one is saved through faith, not by works.
Okay, out of him Blakely.
And early in its history, the Christian church rejected
Coinbase crushing earnings.
the movement in the church which had been known as Gnosticism, from the Greek gnosis, which means knowledge. And in a way, there were some sound reasons for doing so.
Peter Schiff live.
Because the Gnostics were what I would call anti-materialists. They divided human beings into three classes that were called, respectively, pneumatic, psychic, and hylic. The last one being H-Y-L-I-C, from the Greek hyli, or they would call it now Eli, meaning wood. So the people were spiritual, psychological, and wooden. And that is to say, the wooden people were those most absorbed in materiality and most closely identified with their bodies. And Orthodox Christianity rejected this sort of distinction because of the perfectly correct idea that material existence is not inconsistent with spirituality. This is something which most Christians have forgotten. But they do believe as the central principle of Christianity in what's called the incarnation. That in Jesus of Nazareth, Almighty God did in fact become material, become human. And by this process, initiated a transformation of the cosmos. In the words of Saint Athanasius, God became man, that man might become God. And you don't hear that from the pulpit very often. The Christian church therefore emphasized pistis, or faith, as against gnosis, or knowledge. Because they said you can never know God. God could never become an object of knowledge. in this funny roundabout way, the Christian theologians were saying exactly the same thing as the Hindus. Only the Hindus do call this knowledge of God through faith, they call it jnana, which is the same as the Greek word gnosis. Just to give you a little sidelight on how words get mixed up in their meanings, we now have a class of person called an agnostic. And an agnostic generally means a person who doesn't commit himself to any beliefs about the ultimate nature of things. He just says he doesn't know. But the original word, agnosia in Greek, meant a special kind of knowledge. It was called the dark knowledge of God. The knowledge of God in the cloud of unknowing, to use the title of a mystical treatise written by an anonymous 14th century English monk. This monk derived his ideas from a very mysterious figure who wrote under the name of Dionysius the Areopagite. Dionysius was a 5th or 6th century Syrian monk who had learned his mysticism from Porphyry, who got it from Plotinus, who was a Neoplatonist, and who probably got a great deal of stimulation from the intellectual world of Alexandria. And Alexandria, in the early years of the Christian era, was a tremendous exchange place between East and West. Buddhist monks visited Alexandria. It was one of the great centers of trade between Rome and India. And as you may know, all Rome's gold eventually went to India for the purchase of pepper. And as a result of this, the Roman economy collapsed. They bought too much luxury from India. India, in exchange, got Roman architecture. And you'll see a lot of Roman architecture in Indian temples. But Alexandria was the great center for the Gnostics and for Christian theology. And some of the greatest theologians, Clement, Origen, Athanasius, Saint Cyril, all worked out of Alexandria.
Just going to increase it a little
Now,
bit.
going back to this strange monk Dionysius,
I want to try to run side by side with the box.
it was he who first put around the idea in Christian circles that there was such a thing of the knowledge as the knowledge of God by faith, by agnosia, really, by unknowing. And he, in a book which he wrote, very short book called the Theologia Mystica, he wrote a treatise on the higher knowledge of God, which might be quoted directly from the Upanishads in certain parts of it.
Alright, I'm going to start playing
The
Smash.
last section of it reads like
You're
the
going to start it up.
because it's a series of negations. It says what God is not. And he goes very far because he says that God is not one. He says our idea of unity falls far short of what God is. So does our idea of Trinity. So does our idea of spirit, our idea of mind, of justice, of love. All these things are not really God. And he says in another place, if anybody having seen God understood what he
In the last 5 years,
would not have been God,
bruh,
but some creature
in the last
of God,
5
less than
years,
God,
gold is up
sort of angel, something like
31%.
that.
This man Peter
It's
Schiff feel like he's
perfectly
so
amazing
fucking smart.
to consider
It's
the
like, I
influence
get
that
it,
this
like,
man
yeah,
had.
protecting wealth, but you just sound
For
like
writing under the name
it's
of
it's
Dionysius the
protecting
Areopagite,
wealth for rich people.
he became
That's what he sounds
identified
like, protecting wealth for
with
rich.
St.
If you were
Paul's
really
first
rich,
convert in Athens.
within 5 years you would be up
And legend
30%,
has it
and that's
that he
great.
was the first bishop of Athens.
That's great
was
if you had
martyred
like a
in
whole
Gaul.
bunch in the bank. You had like that
Well,
much
he's known as St.
where it would
Denis.
matter. But most people That's like
But
too small,
St. Thomas
especially compared to
Aquinas
inflation every
looked
year.
upon the writings of Dionysius the Areopagite as having
That
the
doesn't
highest
matter.
authority. And you could, if all the
That's
texts
like,
of Dionysius'
oh,
work
I
had
got
been lost,
15%.
you could restore
Yay!
most
Like,
of
bro,
it from
what?
quotations in St. Thomas. He wrote really two very important books. One was the one I said, the Theologia Mystica. The other was called the Divine Names. And these two books presented the two phases of his theology. The book called the Divine Names was a discussion on the nature of God in terms of what God is like, by analogy. And this kind of knowledge of God he called cataphatic. From the Greek pheme, to speak or say, kata, meaning to say according to, that is to say, to speak by analogy. Where he used, though, entirely negative language about God, this sort of discourse was called apophatic. And the word apo meaning away from, to talk away from. Just as a sculptor, when he makes an image, reveals the image by removing stone. And so Dionysius explained that one attains the knowledge of God by discarding concepts, which is exactly what the Hindus mean when they say, of God one can only say neti, neti, not this, not any conception. So thus in Hindu philosophy, the highest state of consciousness in samadhi is called nirvikalpa samadhi, which means literally non-conceptual. Vikalpa means a concept. Nir is a negation. So the non-conceptual knowledge. Now, people have greatly misunderstood this. They have imagined that unknowing the state of the highest contemplation was the acquisition of a blank mind, from which you first discarded thought, you went on to discard perception, you went on to discard any kind of sensory content in awareness, until you were, so far as anyone could say, aware of nothing. And they supposed that this kind of catatonic state was mystical consciousness. This is often believed in India. If you go to the Vedanta Society and ask what do you mean by Nirvikalpa Samadhi, they will tell you that the one in that state has no consciousness whatsoever of the sensory world. That he is completely absorbed, as you sometimes see Hindu holy men sitting in a state where they are blind and deaf to everything going on around them. The founder of Chinese Zen, known as Huineng, described people like that as no better than pieces of rock and lumps of wood. Said it's a very serious mistake indeed to confuse sunyata, the Sanskrit word for the great void, which is both the ultimate reality and the consciousness thereof, that it's a great mistake to confuse it with nothingness. It is rather to be thought of as space, or like space, because space is not empty. It contains the whole universe. So in the same way, the state of mind of a person who is truly enlightened is not empty. It contains everything. But like space, it is not stained by what it contains. And it's often said in Zen imagery, you can't hammer a nail into space. You can't spit on the sky and soil it. If you try, the spit will just return and hit your own face. So they go on to say that consciousness in all of us, your basic mind is like space. It is completely pure. But of course, by purity, they don't mean unsexual. which is, of course, what purity generally means in the
Cool.
Western world. Blessed are the pure in heart, for they shall see God. A person who's pure in heart is generally understood as one who never has any naughty thoughts. You know what naughty means? It means vain, negative, empty. A naughty person, therefore, is one who doesn't amount to anything. It's just nothing. That's the real meaning. But this misunderstanding of the nature of contemplation existed not only in India, from which it was transmitted to China, but also in the West. You read many treatises on Western mysticism, and there's still the feeling that getting into a deep, deep trance, sometimes called rapture. Again, the word rapture has undergone some transformations. We talk about rapture as people being beside themselves with pleasure. But to be rapt means to be taken away from the body. So also ecstasy, we now interpret as meaning in a state of high pleasure. But it means to be outside yourself, to stand outside yourself. Your soul has left you, it is with God. As Arabs say of all crazy people, be kind to them. They're not here, their soul is with God. But actually, if it can be true, as Buddhists say, that nirvana and samsara are one, and if it can be true, as Christians say, that the spirit can be made flesh, the word can be made flesh, then obviously the highest form of man is not sitting in a trance like a lump on a log, with a perfectly blank mind. Because if that were the highest state of consciousness, it would be an exclusive state of mind, a state of mind that shuts out life. And in that sense, it could not qualify for being what the Hindus call non-dualistic. They always speak of the highest reality as being not one, because one excludes many. Not nothing, because nothing excludes something.
Yeah, he said 65,000.
Being, because being excludes non-being, and vice versa. So they use this word non-dual to mean that which doesn't exclude
Boy, you
anything,
bring it back up.
which, as it were, has no outside. As we say, space. Has
Oh,
no
you're not really
outside.
giving anything.
You can only have outsides inside space. You can't have any outsides outside space. There is no outside space, even though space may be curved. Finite. So,
Oh my
if you
god.
want to think, incidentally, of that curved space, go and take a look at a photograph in the Life, a book on mathematics, where there's a picture of a Klein bottle, which is a three-dimensional Möbius strip. A Möbius strip, you know, is a piece of paper that is twisted once and then joined, and it has only one side, one edge. Now, a Klein bottle is a three-dimensional Möbius strip, and it only has one inside. It has no outside. You can say it has an inside and no outside, or it has an outside and no inside. It's a fabulous little trick. But there's something like that would be the nature of space, as that which does indeed transcend the opposites. Not quite. No, we'd have to do one extra move on a serpent to make it into a Klein bottle. You'd have to tuck its head through the side of its skin and make the aperture through the mouth continuous with the inside of the serpent towards the tail, you see. That's more or less what a Klein bottle is.
Yeah.
So, what I'm getting to, I'm giving you something out of the general history of religions to show that what has been meant by the mystical state of samadhi or awakening in certain traditions, is not this state of trance. but a state of consciousness in which you can perfectly well carry on your daily affairs. And of course, what is meant by a bodhisattva as the ideal type of
Loading up the Smash.
person is that he is not wrapped, that he is actively engaged in the life of the world, because he has gone beyond the illusion that nirvana is to be found away from everyday life. So what is then the point of meditation? Why meditate? Why do you have to crawl off into a hole, or go to a Zen monastery, or retire and be quiet, when this is only a withdrawal? Is there anything to be said for it? Well, meditation is, in that sense, as a practice, as a discipline, is a very curious problem. Because from one point of view it's a help, and from another point of view a hindrance. And I think we have to understand, first of all, that meditation exercises are medicinal rather than dietary. The same could be said of LSD. A medicine, not a diet. Something that is described in Zen as when you want to open a door, or summon someone to open the door for you, you pick up a brick and you knock on the door, but you don't carry the brick into the house. When you need a raft for crossing a stream, you cross the stream on the raft, but you leave the raft on the bank at the other side. You don't go carrying it around. But a lot of people, when they get into meditation, or they get into religion, or into any kind of exploration of this sort, turn the door into a revolving door and keep on going round and round and round and never get through. They say what a gas it is to be in this revolving door. Isn't it a good definition of a parasite? It's a person who goes through a revolving door on someone else's push. So there are all sorts of people in the religious racket who are going through revolving doors. And they're very bitter about people who walk right through and leave the door behind, because they say, well, you haven't paid enough respect. You must really understand religious one-upmanship. It's a tremendously important thing. And don't be caught out by this, because what happens is there's a little game going on, which I'm going to initiate you. And it's played in Zen, which is it works like this. If you go to a teacher and ask for spiritual instruction, or even if you come to a seminar like this, you are, by doing that, confusing yourself, because you are looking for what you're asking for outside, as if someone else could give it to you, as if you didn't have it. So the teacher knows that as long as you do that, you haven't understood. But he doesn't just tell you to go away. Or we may sometimes just say, go away, I'm too busy. And in any case, I can't tell you anything. Well, people won't take that for an answer. They won't take no for an answer. And furthermore, if he just said go away, they would just find some other teacher who would exploit them and maybe keep them as followers for years and acquire a great deal of money by so doing. But what he does is another thing. He tries to give them the put down, as if to say, you have a great long distance to go yet. Your attainment is not at all perfect. And they're always talking about other sects and other schools and saying, well, they haven't really got the point, you see? So that
Get
you
it,
keep
Lucas!
losing faith in yourself. And feeling, my goodness, I haven't really taken this.
One, go!
And that keeps you working.
Oh wow, I did not know we had
All
started.
the time. You're being talked down.
Fam is on me.
Stolen your own property. But just so long as you can be talked out of yourself, you deserve
Bro, why'd you laughing like that?
If you ever do momentarily slip into some sort of you become aware of this tremendous gamesmanship going on. If you see it as sort of continuous with all sorts of cosmic games that are going on, of creatures eating other creatures up, and creatures that get eaten, those transform themselves into creatures that eat, and then in turn eat other creatures. And you see the whole hide and seek game going on, and you realize very clearly that the state of development that you are in now is no better, no worse than anybody else's state. Because it's like space again. Which planet is in, or which star is in the best position? Well, it's all equal. They're all in the mix. Any one can be considered as the center. Any point on a sphere is the center of the sphere.
That's a bad Zelda.
So, in the same way, everybody, in all his behavior, whatever he's doing, whether we call him from a certain point of view sick, whether we call him healthy, whether we call him good or bad, neurotic, normal, psychotic, sane, all the manifestations are just like the leaves on the trees. And in each being in a unique way.
Wow, got back there.
So, they're really, from that point of view, there is nothing to attain good form. Nothing at all. You see, that's very difficult to understand, because a lot of people, when they hear that there's nothing to do, try to do nothing. And you can't. Because you are karma. Karma means action. You don't do nothing. The thing you're looking for, or think you're looking for, is what you're doing. What's called you. And of course, as we all know, we've got ourselves into the idea that oneself is so difficult to see. Because it's like, as I've often said, trying to bite your own teeth or look into your own eyes, and you can't find it. It's always behind you. It's like your head is, from the optical point of view, a blank space. Neither light nor dark. It's right in the middle of everything. And so, one of the great tricks of Buddhism is to set people looking for their head. The famous story of in India, woke up, reached out to the mirror, brought it over. No head. He was looking at the wrong side. You know, he's weary-eyed and angry. So he summoned servants and said, "Gods, I've lost my head. Find it." And they said, "Well, perhaps it is there on the windows." He said, "It is not. I can't see them in the mirror. Nobody can show me my head." So they were rushing all over the place. Now the trick to that is, of course, that you're perfectly well aware of your head. Only not in a form in which you expect to be aware of. You expect to be aware of your own head in the same way as you're aware of other people's heads. But that wouldn't be true of you, because you've got an inside view on your head. You have an outside view on other people. You're taking the inside view. But the way in which you are aware of your head is in terms of what you are seeing and hearing. Because all sights and all sounds are what
What the fuck, bro?
That's how to be aware of one's head. You are aware, therefore, of yourself, the mysterious self, in terms of...
Game really feels broken when it's not gonna let you catch the damn character. Dude is really just like, I'm just gonna run away, and he can't touch me. None of these attacks can hit me.
That always escapes you.
So like, I give up. I'm just gonna throw fucking projectile.
So eventually,
Stupid.
so long as you don't understand that, you could be talked into going on to all kinds of weird excursions. And just so long as you believe it, you're a sucker. You're hooked. And it takes a tremendous inner confidence. Finally to say, maybe don't do that stuff. I see through your game.
3, 2, 1, go!
Because Guru is very clever at putting you down. So they're just trying to see how strong you are. Testing you out. See if they can do it. So long as they can, they're going to go under. Because they're going to get to the point where they can't do it. Then they'll grab it.
Wow.
One of Rin's eyes. After he saw it, he said, well, wasn't much of Rin's eyes, but it's not well. Of course it was. He said, oh, straight out. My teaching is just like using
Like
an
so
empty
fucking
fist.
whack. It's all
They gave him the child doesn't walk hand in hand. Is it just get breaking your hand for that reason? So you can be fooled. As long as you can be fooled. When you can't be fooled, then ask the question. But it's all become clear. It's all become clear that there is no puzzle about it. What makes you think the puzzle is about it? Very simple. You can't explain it. And when you explain things, what do you mean by explanation? There are several meanings of explanation. There's really one basic. First of all, to be able to translate what is happening in terms of words or numbers. In other words, to describe. But a real explanation is not just a description. It's a description which enables us to deliberately see in the last section that the control world is not really what we want to do. So that if all explanations have as their function enabling us to control things, then maybe an explanation is what we want. And furthermore, you can very simply see that what makes things complicated is explaining it. When somebody explains to you how a flower goes, and he's a great botanist, he analyzes all the intricate parts, he shows the channels, fibers, processes of reproduction, and so on and so on. Everybody stands fascinated. How clever God has been. All that. It's complicated at all. It's only complicated when it's complicated. Because the vehicle of words is a very clumsy one. And when you try to talk about the processes of nature, what is complicated is not the processes of nature, but trying to put them together. That is complicated. Trying to bring them together. Takes forever. So the
He's gonna teleport and stay on this fucking knife and win.
But then we found we could cut the atom. And lo and behold, big bees have trees on the backside. And it goes on
Let's just
forever.
start the battle off with just projectiles. So it's like, I know they're just gonna go projectiles. That's all that they've been doing. It's like, oh, it's funny for you to run away and throw projectiles. They left after a 1-1. They're actually... That's just how I feel about the situation. If that's your big clout that you could get 1 dub versus somebody after they just shit on you the first match, it's actually trash.
But in a way, all that is vain knowledge.
3, 2, 1,
Because you
go!
see, what it does is it gives you the illusion that you've solved the problem. When you have controlled certain things, you have solved certain problems. Practically. Say, fine. More of that, please. Let's go on solving problems. And then you do. You create a world of people, as we are today, far more comfortable than people who lived in the 19th century. Just remember, the problem would go to a gentle of medicine, of well-educated homes, of all sorts of things. But the problem is we keep running into that all constant stimulations of function. And when we take it as a matter of form, then we switch to the level
At 80 though.
when we solve a whole set of problems, we find new ones to worry about. And after a while, you begin to get that habit of being just going round on the cycle, doing the same old thing over and over and over again because we don't realize that we're chasing our own tail. By an eternally recurrent process of not knowing who you are. That is the nature of what the Hindus call the Manvantara and the Pralaya, the period of the Manvantara in which the worlds are manifested, and the period of the Pralaya in which the worlds are withdrawn from manifestation. In and out, in and out. Evermore come out by the same goal as another. It's to get to the point where you can see that you are doing that in every moment of your existence. With every tiny little atom of your body. You
Damn.
this moment.
Lucas wins!
The whole system of in and out. In other words, you often think perhaps, maybe a long, long time ahead, I shall reach
That was the best neutral to bat I have ever fucking seen from Lucas.
and overcome the world illusion and discover that I am the supreme reality behind all this diversification. My friends, there is no diversification. In other words, what you call diversification is your game. In the same way as you shot the thing and then you say it was made of pieces. Because you forget that you made it.
3, 2, 1,
So when
go!
you see the world is complicated and that there are life problems and that you might one day succeed, hundreds and hundreds of people are running like mad after something that they thought was success and they have no idea what it is. So in exactly the same way, the guru is keeping you running and running after something. I don't know what you want. The vocation is so tough. Because he said, if you ask me things like, how can you do it? If you don't know what it is, how do you know? Is there any concept you have? It will be simple. A way of trying to perpetuate the situation you're already in. If you think you know what's going on, all you're doing is you're seeking the past. What you already know, what you've already experienced. Therefore, that's not it, is it? Because you say you're looking for something quite new. But what do you mean new? What's your conception of something new? Well, about something I once had. So you doesn't say anything. He doesn't indicate anything positive. Everybody says, why are you so negative? Why don't you give us something to hang on to? What is it wrong with it? You don't need anything to hang on to. You're it. You don't need anything. But then you say, well, what is it? It is a story. Why don't you just get it? By all means, go away. Don't go to school. Don't go to church. Don't just shut up. Then you realize that finding consensus together is still seeking. Well, crap, what can you do? See, if you stay here and listen to me or to anyone else who comes around, you lose. But if you go away, but you still think that is going to improve your situation. That's what you discover. Well, maybe it was a mistake to go away and you come back to the building. What's that you say? You are very inferior student. And you need to apply yourself. As I explained,
Lucas wins!
but it comes down in a way to a sort of context. You see? Will you call his bluff? You're afraid to. Because you might discover that if you do call his bluff, he's no better than you are. Well, that's what you're supposed to find out. But without being cynical about it.
There's no tournament in Ultimate that exists with these guys if you know you're wrong. Fuck out, Logan.
There's going to be a showdown. And it's a double bind. The whole situation's a double bind.
Go!
Because it doesn't do any good to stay here, and it doesn't do any good to go away. Either to do something about it or to do nothing about it. Now then, there's something else. When you understand that, and when you realize that there's nothing to realize, but it's all here, then what do you do? Zen poem, supernatural activity, marvelous power, drawing water, do whatever one does. But there's a little element of felicity. It's like when a child is pestering father or mother with all sorts of questions. They finally get down to the deepest metaphysical problem. Oh, shut up. I didn't say that. Because life, as one knows, is in fact a celebration. When you look out and find at the stars, it is really good. Well, it's a fun. And it's is, in a way, Thanksgiving. That's why, of course, the Christians were right in calling it Thanksgiving. They have such a complicated way of thinking about it, and everyone understands. So, in religion, all religious exercises, whether they are meditative or whether they are ritualistic, are whoopee. They are not something you do in order to attain it. They are like art forms, like dancing. They are expressive of the attainless attainment. So here's another hand. When you go to he's a good disciple of Dogen. He brought them Dogen said, you can't sit and meditate unless you're already a Buddha. In which case, why meditate? Well, meditation is just the way a Buddha sits. And he called this sitting just to sit, not to attain enlightenment. The minute you do that, you see, you're not meditating. So, you only become a good meditator if you're not looking for it. And therefore, you realize what you can do to be able to sit. And what a great thing it is to dissect the world with your analytical intellect. To be able to look out at the water or the trees
Did not
or
lose
the
that
floor or
match.
light on it in front of you
Yeah,
without
400
light
damage
or floor or trees
to
or
200
thinking that it
something.
has parts,
I had a
or
big
thinking
lead,
that,
just SD'd for no fucking reason.
What is that? So when you can sit without, not with an empty mind, going back to that point, not with an empty mind, but just a non-analytic mind, a non-probing mind.
That's all it was supposed to do.
Where you're
Get
not
him like
creating
that.
objects.
Fucking people thought I came down. It hit me off the fucking
By trying to
edge.
control your mind, by trying to control your experience, what you see and hear, you then just simply discover
3, 2,
that there is no way of controlling it, because what you're experiencing is you. And really, fundamentally control it. Just spin around the circle. So, if I were to say to you now, what you have to do is to let it happen. That's wrong. You want to let it happen.
Right, you
If I say to you, accept your experience, be blind, open to it. Then again, so we go down. But if there are some people who want to get together and likely to get together instead of protest, have a walk, fishing, sail a boat, and you can only use it and make it a good art. You're not using it to get there. This is what really is the base. Temples all over the world. Buddhist temples, where they theoretically don't believe in God. Where the people come. And they're all doing it. All their lives. We get a male child next time around. That they all recover from disease. The mama gets killed with drops. All these petitions are going on and on and on. We always come to the end of us. Low-brow people for low-brow people. High-brow people for high-brow. There all the vendors sit outside and sell souvenirs and magic and charms, and all people go in and do this. And all these serious priests who really happy to keep up pace. They say, yes, we can't provide these services. On the other hand, if you go in to one of these temples, along with all the faithful followers, have a ball. Buy a bead, buy this, buy that, buy two, go in and dig this great thing going on. Salute the Buddhas, or crucifixes, or what you do. Don't take it seriously. And This is one of the great important transformations of today. In our is that a great many people are finding out that religion is not supposed to be true. This is a shocking thing to many people. There used to be an old saying that a religion is dead when the priest flies. That's true in one sense. When the priests know that they're coming back into it, and they're laughing across the altar because of all these suckers around.
Lucas wins!
The religion is dead. But when the priests laugh at the altars, because they're having such fun, because this whole scene is so beautiful, well, it's the difference between some stuffy old Buddhist priest humming a sutra and Allen Ginsberg chanting a sutra. That's a thing to hear. Because it's people going, they go on for interminably. It's a bore. They're sick of it. But they get paid.
Do this thing. Do this thing.
Magical. Ginsberg
Did I get you the link? I'm gonna make sure I got you the link. It's not seeing to push the link. Don't see to push the link here. I'm gonna drop the shit back. Okay. Push the link here.
That way, forget it.
Just in case. Whoa, laggy. Yeah, but only one of us gonna survive. Oh, so laggy I can't. That was my kill. These fucking two stockies on there. That's so cute. Like, aha, you're halfway into the match. Notice it. Two stocks. Get on in this lag.
Lucas wins!
You know, we coming at him. That'd be the chest right there. We coming at him with the solid connection. So we a solid connection. Whoa, whoa. We got a real solid connection. Whoa, whoa. Might be something else, but it's looking like this. This. Complain on the stream, cause I Lucas the six. Smash those taps and connection. second.
Lucas wins.
I'm just doing quick play right now. But you can. You mean the event, the ladder, or do you just want like? Are you talking about like a versus each other? Here's the link to the ladder that's happening later tonight. If anybody wants to fight, I'm always down. I make an arena. It's so stupid how hard they make it to grab Diddy and stuff. Diddy, and you dive into a stupid ass attack, being charged up because you're fucking dumb Diddy. Used to just being able to grapple on the fucking face. Down and out that long because he misses a grab? Like, that's fucking ridiculous. Such a waste of time, dude. Diddy just gets over.
Diddy Kong wins!
Like, congratulations to Lucas, they can actually win this matchup if it's possible. Like, consistently, versus like a really good Diddy. Like, I don't think so. I feel like they just made that impossible. You know what we'll allow him to do? We'll allow him to just suck onto anybody's face. Yeah. If you're like running at him, or if you're doing an attack, or if you're in the shield, he'll just latch onto you in all of those situations. Doesn't matter. So how will they avoid it? They can air dodge. Or not be there. Brilliant. Dude, why would that be such a fucking easy move for somebody to do? And the punish is not, there's like this other thing with shit like that. In this game, at least, moves like that really don't have to get a punish. I'm like, dude, there's no way he should be able to if I miss a grab and I'm open to, oh shit, now I'm just getting chained for 2 minutes.
2, 1, go!
Versus this dude does that move, he can immediately combo into something else, and is that moves that can do that much should not be like, so like this is one of my big moves. Look how fucking open I am that entire time and after. PK Fire Lucas if you don't want to play. Oh, Lucas only PK Fire. But look at y'all. Bad when they say like, what's the point of running when you can do that when you get up close? Like, just finish the fucking battle. It's honestly just wasting time. Either way, he's gonna do that shit. Do the back. Get off the impact, man. Love an opportunity to dive into my opponent. How does that miss? Like literally, man. They're like, yeah, it's on top of him, but that don't grab. Like, people wouldn't complain about fire so much. I'm just wasting my time right now. It's so fucking smooth. Like, bro, you really don't want anything else fucking connect. You know, you can dodge through these. He's too quick. Every character too quick. Bro, why? Why did you get through those? Like both, dude. Get the fuck out of here, man. That's just so fucking trash.
3, 2, 1, go!
Okay.
Game!
I've barely gotten hit in so long.
Lucas wins!
Jesus, bro. Bro, what is with these people in the one game thing? I want to play one game in depth.
Back in high school, I used to bust it. MMG
3, 2, 1, go!
other stocks weren't so bad. I just didn't really play after that first stock. And that was just fucked up. There's no like, you got one good hit, and then he wasn't floating correctly, and then I finally got the up B, right? And the up B came, and it just wouldn't go. I'm like, no. I got it. Bro, ow, on like 2 hits every fucking time? I'm like, he's killing me. He's gonna Lucas a break. I'm dying at like 90, bro. I died on the first hit from 70 damage.
Donkey Kong wins.
I got my opponent in grabs, projectiles. Like, Jesus, that's not fair. That's so silly. Over 100 something damage before the opponent would take that much more damage than you. Like 120 more before they get it. And it's not a gimmick. That's just, it shouldn't be the case.
Go!
It's coming from the middle stage and shit.
Donkey Kong wins.
Yeah, he's catching up to me in damage. This stuff is fucking ridiculous, bro. In no other game do you just dog somebody and they have the ability to be like, yeah, beat the shit out of you. That actually wasn't the outcome of the match. That's like, it's ridiculous.
3, 2, 1, go!
4 times and gets it done. Again, where's the punish from this one? How he can't run away, run back into the grab on that move. It should just be punishable. It's like a horrible choice. If somebody's just like, you know what I'm about to do. Let me try, I missed. What do I do? I missed. Nothing, you don't have to do anything because the game protects you. It'll protect you through the entire move. It'll protect the actual move. That's extremely whack. People like DK so hard. But it seemed like a character that you can just put time into to kill people in 5 hits.
Go!
And survive past 200 damage. Like, that's a lot of fucking going. So far as I can't catch him. Literally, you just don't stop giving up on him. So just avoiding everything. That's all he's trying to do. I can run faster than you. My sword's bigger. I can run faster than you can move. No, I give up. Cool. Made. Yeah.
Sephiroth. 3, 2, 1, go! Captain Falcon wins! Three, two, one, go!
Get it to you. I think that's just hook up all the things right there. So, bro, I gotta hook up a Nightbot for YouTube. I gotta on the pasty paste. Yeah, it'll be a ticket tournament. I haven't registered it as a ticket tournament yet. Bro, I'm not
You'll never defeat me.
Yeah, I haven't registered it as a ticket tournament yet. It will be. Hey, yo, son, this might look so bad.
Mission complete.
He was jumping so much that I just started to jump as well. I'm like, a lot of times people work on things that they find to be good mechanics or something that's better than theirs. Let me start jumping. Maybe you struggle with it. Sure enough, you got lit up the moment I started jumping. Just like jumping for no reason. I was just like, let me just jump up and down, spam neutral, see how it lands.
3, 2,
That's why he was doing it.
1, go!
That's what he get for going for that while it's lagging like that.
Lucas.
I'll try to do. How was that to make it lag honestly in that type of situation? It's too laggy.
Yeah, boy, oh my, perfect hit. Perfect hit. Perfect hit.
All right, what's up, TikTok people? We got.
overtime and overdue. Ain't no sleep, that is old news. Been outside, that's with the crew. Make my night up on the move. In the morning, get the news. She come home, I heard the Zoom. I step outside, I need my peace. Take one down and hit my beat. Took everything, ain't nothing left. Count your blessings, count your steps. At your throat like we that strap. It's way too cold under this flesh. All we bar, but we don't mesh. All we drink, leave us a mess. Down on my drizzle, it is old news.
We used to do this. That we used to do with tickets. Tickets and open and winning and playing and tickets and tickets and tickets. Ooh, ah, 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 ah. The Temptation. I feel like they always said stuff like that, like they're like the Christmas albums. Be honest. Oh, event going down 6 p.m. Eastern. That's an hour away. Wow. Would you look at that? We can check up on trades and things. Also, I don't know. Considering I want to attach to like an engagement thing, but a new type of funding model. I can't even call it a new type of tournament model. Funding model for tournaments, based off of Drip. I want to throw a little light on some of these platforms, and also like let like a day or something like that of a platform earnings count toward a prize pool. I think that'd be interesting. If we could like, if it was attached to like actual sub base, then you would take in subs. The subs would go toward the drip, and then Drip just pays out the prize pool. That's eventually what I'd like to use our Drip contract for. I think that's like the best form of it. Like, be insane. Imagine 100 people sign up. That's it's like, it's $500, but like you're already making that with the Drip contract if you're hydrating it. But you do that. Another day of 500 that goes in or something, and then man, I don't know. I think it'd be sexy. I'm have to try this with an account. I'm gonna put like maybe we'll use our skill for that. It's hard, but it'd be really nice to have a second Drip type of line going right now. Drip is so consistent. It's a little expensive now though, I feel. I always feel that way about tokens though. So I gotta slightly ignore myself when I feel that way about things sometimes. Like, is it really expensive, or did you just find it way too early? You think it's really expensive, so it's not like a normal. Like, actually, that's kind of, I don't know. This is all we wanted to do with the live thing. Let's do this. We have this event going down in a bit. And, shit. Drip it on. Drip, 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 drip it on. Got this spike there. Maybe a little cup in handle. We didn't break up here though. That would be, unless this is a cup. That would be bullish. Hopefully starting to break this down. 30. Should I just say $31? When's the last time it's broken $31? The last time it was that high. Oh no, just roll back into the channel. Oh, it doesn't even go that far. It only goes to August 4th. So 1 week started. Longer than your thought. But in consideration back here, it was only $20. So it's up. Got like 30% or something like that. Weird for you to tell the difference in there. Oh, that's very sad. Oh, from the previous time. Yeah, from the previous one. Like when you're at 30 now, it's like, yeah, what was that? Technically. It's hard to look like something like that. I'll do some custom plays, that skill coming in. Dog. That skill dog. How much is skill pay? Oh, why they do that to me? I hate when it does that. Like, I swear it's quick match. Nah. Alright, up 40%. Crypto Blades providing the opportunity for people. We probably got like 3 crypto blades or skill across the account. So about 30 something, maybe just 4. That'd be $200. I'm like, do I use it to buy an Axie? I might use it to buy an Axie. I want to use it toward some type of blockchain gaming, something though. Our skill until I see more use out of the Crypto Blades ecosystem itself. We'll use that earnings to go into other blockchain gaming. Maybe I could turn it into ETH, send it over to Immutable Ledger, buy up a whole. That's what I should do, honestly. When is this IMX launch? I think he said sometime in August. Cause yeah, $200. I think last time I spent like $20 on Immutable Ledger, or yeah, Immutable X, and I bought like, I don't know, 15 cards or something. I bought a decent amount of cards. They just weren't very expensive. So go back in there, $200. Maybe not 200, maybe 100. $100. How is Fairlands coming? I haven't heard any big news from Fairlands, or at least not any people announcing it. Let's see if they've announced something themselves, and YouTubers are just like on other shit right now. 3 days ago, sold NFT for $25,000. Yeah, that's the characters. I'm pretty sure they're probably talking about episode 8 from most rolling teams, whatever. Fairland token, the biggest war game on blockchain. Discuss religion will be the top crypto game of 2021 if it launches. Q3 2021. Isn't it Q3? Yeah, I do want to see somebody's review of this game. It really looked like he was about to be speaking English. Everything else is in English. That was confusing. Some people are still talking about Fire Token. I feel like this guy has a pretty good video for what he does. He just covers like basic stuff and like puts it in like a translator voice thing. Probably runs it through multiple languages. Next Axiom. I don't know about that. Wonderland's has been around for a long time. Maybe. I doubt it though. I don't think it's gonna be as expensive by far. The far site looks good. Dungeon Swap is now live. Involving my pad for the first time. My D-pad pad, yeah, bro. I feel like it's gonna slow like all my D-pad. It's like, what's the point? Anyway, people don't come out with something. As long as you sit on that shit, it's like, I don't know. I cut from the 10 D&D dungeon and almost won, but lost bad. Okay. So it's kind of expected that they might have some type of outcome like that, right? Is that not expected? Oh shit, it really seemed like I was gonna win. Liger was only like that? Really? No way. Out of key review, watch videos, go see I got my Odyssey shit. I didn't know they pay you for watching shit. I do some stuff like that. I've been doing this take cake. Oh wait, what? Social media stuff is this? This dude's disgusting for doing this. What's this? Right. Ooh. Bro, when is the airdrop return? Man, just put some damn. Well, hopefully, you just put some limit, successful limit orders on an automated market situation would be wonderful. That's all we need, really. This board isn't over, other than OHMS or whatever it is, Olympus. Oh, is XRP actually pumping? Let's see what it's looking like. 20%.
cool T-Rex.
gaming. I gotta try to stay on the D-Live username channel thing, just in case any new news. Oh, what up? Yeah, what up, Eng? How it going? Alright, I'm gonna have to restart this Facebook one. Should also restart the YouTube one, honestly.